Okay. Hey, Anders, everyone in the production truck, it's Gord, Ray here. Thank you so much for everything here. You guys have been terrific, and the pictures and replays have been fantastic. Thanks for everything, guys. If you can hear me, hope you can.
Followed by Team Sweden. Now it's time for the starting lineups, starting with Team Sweden. Willkommen zu den Starting Six und beginnen mit dem Team Schweden. In goal, im Tor, number 35, die 35, Henrik Lundqvist. On defense, in der Verteidigung, number 6, mit der 6, Anton Stroman. Number 77, die 77, Viktor Hedman. Forwards, im Sturm, number 28, die 28, Elias Lindholm. Number 49, die 49, Viktor Rask. Number 92, die 92, Gabriel Landeskog. And here's the starting lineup of Team Canada, the starting 6 Canadas. In goal, im Tor, number 31, die 31, Kelvin Pickup. On defense, in der Verteidigung, number 12, mit der 12, Borrego.
Good evening and welcome to Cologne, Germany, the gold medal game of the 2017 World Hockey Championship. Calvin Picker, the 25-year-old from Winnipeg, gets the start for Canada. Starting his 4th in a row, and there is Henrik Lundqvist at the World Championship for the first time since 2008, playing with his twin brother Joel, who is the captain of the Swedish team. Colton Parayko led Canada with more than 22 minutes played in the semifinal win over Russia. Partner with Mark-Edward Vlasic. And Canada is the home team in this game and has the last change. Canada bidding for a 3rd consecutive gold medal. Depending on how you look at it, the last time that happened, either 58, 59, and 61. The Olympics were in the middle of that. 50, 51, and 52. The 3rd was an Olympics. The last time Canada won the World Championship in 3 consecutive years in the late 1930s, 37, 38, and 39. Victor Hedman in shoots, that's tipped wide by Victor Rask. Hedman and Strawman of the Tampa Bay Lightning, the top defense pairing for the Tampa Bay Lightning. We have a veteran defense and, of course, Lundqvist in goal, the 35-year-old.
Coach John Cooper certainly knows a lot about this defense pair that starts for Sweden. There's big dogs in Tampa Bay. And the key to Gord, the key is going to be, can Canada do this? Forecheck.
Ryan O'Reilly played over 21 minutes for Canada in the semifinal win over the Russians. That was 3 more minutes than any other Canadian forward. And Jason Demers back for it, leaves it there for Calvin DeHaan of the New York Islanders. The native of Carp, Ontario, looks ahead for Matt Duchene. He knocks down Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Duchene works in, plays it back. Sean Couturier spins and shoots, kick right in front, and the glove save made by Lundqvist.
That's a nifty stop for Henrik Lundqvist. There was some question whether Lundqvist would play today. He looked like he tweaked a lower body injury in the last minute of the semifinal game against the Finns. But here he is starting and making a terrific stop on Alex Killorn. Killorn doesn't have a point in this tournament, but I thought his quarterfinal and semifinals were excellent. They're more in a checking role. Lundqvist makes the stop, and we have the first face-off inside Sweden's zone.
Mark Scheifele against William Karlsson, and Karlsson of the Columbus Blue Jackets wins that back for Oliver Ekman-Larsson. The star defenseman for the Arizona Coyotes looks ahead and finds Dennis Everberg. Line up down low by Mike Matheson. The puck comes loose for Everberg, now scooped up by Skinner. Jeff Skinner scoots away, moves it on Jonas Brodin and bounces that down as Lundqvist steers it away. Nathan McKinnon scored the tying goal in the 3rd period against the Russians. Looks for that loose puck and goes leaping in. Skinner comes in as well. And Everberg has it back. At the line, held by Matheson. That went high off Everberg's helmet and dropped right down. As Carlson has it back for the Swedes. Feeds ahead to Joachim Nordstrom. In, shoots. That's blocked by Chris Lee. Lee, a late add to the Canadian roster after Canada's Tyson Barrie was injured away from the rink. And that long shooting goes high and wide from Matheson. He's a 36-year-old veteran with the last 7 years in Europe. Nick Backstrom works in, drops it back, and a long shot taken there by John Klingberg goes just wide. Great chances here in the early going both ways. Klingberg, that bump there when the Canadian player Sean Couturier fell, and now Pickard leaves it there for Vlasic. Nick Backstrom, William Nylander, and Oscar Lindberg, the forward line for Sweden. They've done most of the damage for the Swedes in the tournament. Nylander tied for the tournament lead with 7 goals. And here's Hedman with it. Norris Trophy finalist and NHL's top defenseman along with Brent Burns. And Ottawa's Erik Karlsson. Hedman moves it across center, gains the line and shoots it in. And DeHaan goes back for it for Canada. Calvin DeHaan chips it ahead, a race for it now. Travis Konecny looking for it. And Matt Duchene sweeps at it for Canada. DeHaan reverses there for Demers. Lifts it high off the glass by Hedman, loose at center ice. Konecny tried to work that fray, and Stralman stepped in front of him. Here's Joel Lundqvist with it. The 35-year-old Swedish captain feeds it back ahead, and a quick chance there for Joel Eriksson Ek, turned away by Pickard. This is the 4th line for Sweden. Now Marner kicks it to the line and out for Canada.
Really nice play by Joel Lundqvist to get the puck out wide for the scoring chance.
Now the referee falls. Marner plays it back. Matheson, a hard shot saved by Lundqvist. Hedman bats it ahead. A loose puck for Giroux, trying to find it free. And now lifted up by Rask as Marner leaps back and over the back of Elias Lindholm. He feeds for Rask. In comes Rask with a move. He's poke checked there. And a great defensive play by Mike Matheson. Wide open here in the opening moments of the first period. Swinging back is Gabriel Landeskog of the Colorado Avalanche. Jonas Brodin takes the return pass there from Oliver Ekman-Larsson, and Brodin moves away from Giroux and sweeps back for the Swedes. Sweden has scored first in every game so far in this tournament. Canada allowed the first goal for the first time in its semifinal win against Russia. Colton Parayko being watched there by Backstrom, feeds it across to Vlasic. And Marc-Edouard Vlasic, gold medalist at the World Cup of Hockey and the Olympic Games, plays it around. Simmons reaching for it. Parayko moves up. Down to Wayne Simmons in the corner. Simmons pivots back. Back at the line, there's a shot by Couturier. Bouncing puck with a Parayko backhand shot. The rebound chopped away from Killorn. As Alex Edler got a swing on that and knocked it away from Killorn on the doorstep.
Parayko got into the forecheck and then stayed there and ended up with the rebound chance 5 feet in front of Lundqvist.
Matt Duchene knocked down by Edler. And now Scheifele on the forecheck for Canada. Moved down to the Canadian zone as Demers goes back, knocked off stride by Everberg. They tangle in the corner. DeHaan turned it over, center back in front. Nordstrom a chance. Pickard makes the stop in tight. And Skinner pokes it ahead for Canada. A breathtaking pace here in the opening period. Anton Stralman taken down by Skinner. And DeHaan plays it across. Anton Stralman had a huge hit on Mikko Rantanen of Finland in the semifinal. Both players went flying. And both, surprisingly, were okay. Stralman, lead pass there for Eriksson Ek. Chipped down to the Canadian zone as Demers goes back for it. Demers now through the middle, turned over. Scheifele couldn't find it. The puck fired wide by Joel Eriksson Ek. Lead pass for Scheifele, bumped there by Joel Lundqvist, and fired back down to the Canadian zone. Joel and Henrik Lundqvist playing in an international tournament together for the first time since the 2002 World Junior Championship. And now a break for the Swedes. Busting in Elias Lindholm. In, shoots, and Pickard makes the stop on him. A penalty coming to Canada. Lee chops at it. And with 5:56 gone here in the first period, the first power play of the game will go to Sweden as Mike Matheson goes on.
The second whistle of the game in 6 minutes is this tripping penalty to Mike Matheson. Scheifele's pass got deflected. and that put Lindholm out ahead of the pack. Nice stop by Pickard. Here's the rebound chance from Colton Parayko as Lundqvist follows along to make the stop. Now Sweden's power play has been brutal in the tournament, but they got 2 power play goals yesterday against the Finns. It took them 1:24 to score the 2 power play goals. They never left the zone on either one.
Backstrom, Nylander, Lindberg up front, Ekman Larsson and John Klingberg on the back end, but the Canadians clear it out. Canada, terrific penalty killing in the tournament so far, just 4 goals allowed on 31 opposition attempts. They allowed 1 to the Russians in the semifinal.
And they start with O'Reilly and Point. Point has become a really trusted forward for John Cooper, who coaches him, of course, in Tampa Bay.
Both officials have lost an edge here in the opening moments of the period. Referees are Anton Jerebic of the Czech Republic, Daniel Stricker of Switzerland. And John Klingberg moves around Couturier. Drops that back for Nylander. William Nylander fights his way in. Brings it around, trying to find Lindberg. He moves the puck in behind the goal, now to Backstrom. Back in front for Nylander, shoots! And Pickard got a piece of that on the way by. Back in front is Nylander, works right in. Nylander, a backhand shot, Pickard makes the save, and there's no rebound.
Oh, Nylander found a sliver of room, and he drives this puck through the defense. This is the first chance, the one-timer. Nylander, 25 feet out, he misses onto the right side, and as the puck gets worked around, look at him split Couturier and Parayko, and he tries to shovel this on the backhander up over Calvin Pickard. And Nylander, who's got a goal and an assist in each of the medal round games, the quarterfinal and the semifinal, now has one of the Swedes' first best chances here.
Nylander has scored in 4 straight games for the Swedes, and there is Victor Rask of the Carolina Hurricanes paired with his Hurricanes teammate Elias Lindholm.
Nylander's got 13 points in the last 5 games. Red hot for the Swedes, yet Pickard makes a stop and keeps this game scoreless on the power play.
Issue with the clock here, 13:02 showing. Canada won last year against the Swedes 6-0, has won the last 3 meetings overall. You know, Jason Demers and Victor Rask being warned about their face-off alignment. Face-off won by Duchesne and played back to the line by DeHaan. Victor Hedman, 16 goals for the Tampa Bay Lightning this year. Up ahead to Strowman. Feeds it back to Rask. Head for Lindholm, and Lindholm fires that down. Pickard out to play it. Leaves it behind the goal. High off the glass he goes. Chipped back at the line by Lindholm to Strowman. Anton Strowman to Elias Lindholm. Tied up there by Simmons. Back at the point it goes to Strowman. Strowman for Lindholm. Works in, waits, taking a shot away. He's poke checked there by Duchesne. Here's Hedman back at the line, being shadowed there by Simmons. Long shot, pinballs around as Demers got in the way. 15 seconds to go in the Swedish power play. Lindholm plays it back for Rask. Room across the ice for Hedman. Ian winds, fires, Pickard makes the stop, and there's no rebound.
Really good small area game by Sweden. They make 3 passes right there, and it gets across to Hedman. Landeskog started it, tipped it to Lindholm. Lindholm back to Strowman, now across to Hedman, who's going to walk into this one, but Pickard aggressively, with no traffic, comes out to the top of the crease to make the stop.
9 seconds left in the Swedish power play that has 3 shots on goal so far. Backstrom back out there with Nylander and Lindberg, but the face-off won by Ryan O'Reilly, #1 in the tournament on draws.
He beat Backstrom twice on this power play. The puck ends up back down the ice both times.
He's taken 150 draws in 10 games and won 70% of them. Drew backhands it out. O'Reilly and Matt Duchesne trying to become the first Canadian players ever to win 3 gold medals at the World Championship. That pass picked off by Braden Shen. Shen centers it, the pass just missed. Trying to find O'Reilly. Now Backstrom back with it, being shadowed there by O'Reilly. Play it around, and Shen goes to it, bumping there with Joachim Nordstrom. Nordstrom moves it ahead quickly. Rink wide, he goes to Backstrom. In comes Backstrom for Nordstrom, and shot, and Pickard steers that away. The Jonas Brodin into the corner with it. And Parayko spills Lindbergh. Nordstrom back with it. Looks back in the corner. Lindbergh feeds it back, and William Karlsson had the pass bounce off his stick. Canada changing here as Ekman Larsson has it. Lead pass to Karlsson. And now Scheifele has it back. Pokes it ahead for McKinnon. In comes Nathan McKinnon. Slides it across to Scheifele. A quick shot at the outside of the post. And McKinnon slides it back across for Skinner. Skinner brings it around. The pass didn't get to McKinnon. And Everberg has it back for the Swedes. What a pace here in the first period.
See that one little opening for Nate McKinnon. He explodes through the middle of the ice and backs the Swedes' defense off. Scheifele with a shot that rings off the pipe.
Scheifele feeds it down, and back goes Stralman for it, being shadowed there by McKinnon. At the line, kept alive by Matheson. Skinner with it now, and that shot was blocked by Lundqvist. Eriksson Ek, squeezed by Josh Morrissey, now loose in the corner with it. Eriksson Ek of the Minnesota Wild, back for Hedman, feeds across to Stralman. Anton Stralman almost poke-checked there by Scheifele, and now Matheson has it away. Up for Scheifele. Gains center ice, flips it down, and Canada needs a change. Midway point of the first period. It's taken 15 minutes to play.
Shots are 6-6.
There's a Russia chant going up here for the Russian fans who bought tickets for the weekend. Russia won the bronze medal game earlier today against the Finns. Jason Demers pokes that free. John Klingberg knocks it down a long wrist shot. And Rask just missed on the tip. Marner chops at it. No, race for it. Konechny comes in on Klingberg. And Travis Konechny gets there first. Shields off Klingberg. Their battle ensues. Now picked up by Point. Braden Point brings it around to Marner. Mitch Marner trying to feed that back in front. Point has it free. Now back in the corner goes for Lindholm. Konechny got in the way, and Travis Konechny kicks it free. His pass broken up by Rask, then Marner steals it back. Then Mitch Marner swings that rink wide for Demers. Jason Demers now feeds it back ahead. That pass broken up by Hedman. Point back on it. Braden Point pivots back. Spins off Backstrom, looks down for Konechny. As Duchesne comes on a change. Backhanded ahead by Alex Edler. Here's Demers with it. Feeds it back to Calvin DeHaan. DeHaan throws that rink wide, trying to find Duchesne. Getting around Edler, but Edler swept that away. Up ahead for Lindbergh. Drops it back for Backstrom. A centering pass broken up by Vlasic. Mark Edward Vlasic brings it around, waiting for it is Killorn. Chips it ahead and finds Couturier. Sean Couturier. His pass broken up by Backstrom. And Parayko plays it in. Ekman Larsson plays the puck into Nylander, winding his way in. Nylander shoots, that deflects off Vlasic and wide. And behind the goal, Everberg digging for it. And now Vlasic comes in to help out as Simmons got a stick on it. 8 to go here in the opening period. That puck fired by Brodin back down to the Swedish zone. Icing waved off as Brodin goes back.
I think there's been 3 whistles in 12 minutes.
Ekman Larsson, lead pass, and Nordstrom got a tip on that. Pickard swatted that away. Nordstrom centers it, that pass just missed. Everberg, and now Simmons has it back for Canada. His pass goes off the leg of Everberg, right back to Simmons. In comes Wayne Simmons, shoots, and that's blocked by Alex Edler. No score in a breathtaking opening 20 minutes. The gold medal game of the 2017 World Hockey Championship. Tremendous atmosphere here for the games in Cologne, a NHL standard building. The Cologne Sharks of the German Elite League play here. There's Ricard Gronberg, first year as the head coach of the men's national team. Prior to that, 3 years as the head coach of the Swedish World Junior team. Began his career as a player really in North America, played at St. Cloud State University and then coached there. The Swedes in the gold medal game lost 2 of their first 3 games. Since then have reeled off 6 consecutive wins.
Last 5 games they've given up just 7 goals, where the strength of their team is that blue line, and then adding Henrik Lundqvist really solidified the way the Swedes play in this tournament.
Now an icing call, their 4th line is out there. There's Joel Lundqvist. He and Henrik Lundqvist last played together in '95 with Frölunda as he directly hit the post.
Speed through the middle by McKinnon. You see how deep Oliver Ekman-Larsson is. Carlson can't get back quick enough, and that opens up that little seam for Scheifele to hit the post.
Josh Morrissey to Nate McKinnon, tied up there by Hedman. McKinnon trying to work it free. Now Lundqvist moves it ahead. Back goes Nate McKinnon. That pass goes off a leg to Eriksson Ek. Joel Eriksson Ek shoots. And Eriksson Ek's shot goes off the stick of McKinnon, up and out of play.
Minnesota Wild first-round pick in 2015. Eriksson Ek played 9 games at the start of the year. They determined he wasn't quite ready. He went back home to play, and then they brought him back at the end of the year and put him back in the lineup. He was outstanding at the World Junior Tournament in the middle of the year as well, at 6 goals in 7 games.
Matt Duchesne out there along with Couturier and Killorn for Canada. Backstrom, Nylander, and Lindberg for the Swedes. And the face-off won by Couturier. Vlasic plays it around to Parayko. Colton Parayko joined Canada after the St. Louis Blues were knocked out by the Nashville Predators. Nylander had a stick knocked out of his hands. And a race for it now. Parayko moves in, gets a shot away. Lundqvist spilled. And the Swedes are going back to the power play. 6:52 to go here in the opening period. Still no score, but the Swedes will get a man advantage when we come back.
Team Canada, minor penalty for slashing.
Sweden goes back to the power play for the 2nd time in this first period. John Cooper just shook his head when he saw the replay of the penalty. It was basically the equivalent of slashing a guy's stick and it breaks. Nylander didn't break his stick, but he dropped it when Killorn whacked his stick up near the top hand. He dropped the stick, that's a penalty. And so the Swedes back in the power play. Backstrom's got cleaned out on the draw in the first period so far by O'Reilly.
And a scramble draw controlled by Canada. Swedes had 3 shots on goal, their first man advantage. And Backstrom bobbles it, and the puck goes back to center ice. Klingberg being watched there by O'Reilly. And now Nylander brings it ahead. A rink-wide pass for Backstrom, left there for Lindberg. Drops it back to John Klingberg. He and his brother Carl are both in the Swedish roster, but Carl is a healthy scratch this evening as Backstrom moves in. Bouncing puck loose in front for Nylander. Knocked away, and Klingberg can't hold the line as Parayko squeezed it out. In comes Klingberg. Brings it around for Lindberg, has a quick look. Doubles it back for Nylander, backing up at the point. Plays it across for Ekman-Larsson. Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Back in the corner to Backstrom. Backstrom to Ekman-Larsson. Being watched there by Couturier. Ekman-Larsson feeds it down. Klingberg goes rink wide. Backstrom works in. Nylander in the high slot, but Ekman-Larsson goes the other way to Klingberg. Works in, shoots off the stick of Point, up and out of play.
Man, Braden Point's smart. He just seems to be able to read where the puck is going to, and as Klingberg is going to move from the left circle into the middle, look where Point comes. From the middle of the ice over into the shooting area, his deflection sends this puck up into the netting. Klingberg had a power play goal in the semifinal, a wrister It was a rocket over Harry Satteri's glove. The Swedes had 2 quick power play goals in the second period to run a 1-0 lead to 3-0, and they coasted home.
O'Reilly now against Rask for the face-off. Another face-off win for Ryan O'Reilly.
Canada is destroying the Swedes in the face-off circle.
And now O'Reilly with a steal, shorthanded. O'Reilly moves in, shoots, Lundqvist save, rebound, and Duchesne couldn't pull the trigger. Now Duchesne tries to wrap it around, and Strawman got a stick on that. What a scoring chance there for Canada, shorthanded.
That puck spun on Duchesne when he got to it, and it ended up too far away, so he couldn't even chip it over the prone Lundqvist.
Now Rask works in, 30 seconds to go in the Swedish power play. Landeskog feeds it back at the point for Hedman. And the Swedes get spread out as Hedman moves in. Had the shot blocked for a moment by Duchesne, now picked up by Couturier, and he'll fire it down.
Remember, before yesterday, the Swedes had just 3 power play goals in the tournament, then they got 2 against the Finns. We're having a little bit of a struggle here. Canada's bottled them up nicely here.
Final seconds now of the power play. Ekman Larsson falls, he shoots that in, and Pickard will hang on to that. 4:51 to go as Kaloran steps back on after the Swedes misfired their second power play.
Hedman turns the puck over to O'Reilly, who's been Canada's best forward in this tournament. You see the puck spin on Duchesne. Right when he gets his stick onto it, it starts to spin, and it's going to go off his blade. You'll see it up on his edge. He pulls it here. Now look at it spin and roll away from him. He can't control it. All he has to do is chip it up over top of Lundqvist, but he could not control it. And O'Reilly wins another draw. And these are all in the defensive zone. So while the Swedes have possession, they never start with the puck.
Now Simmons bats down that loose puck. Wayne Simmons spins and shoots, and Lundqvist kicks that away. Claude Giroux races to the loose puck. The Canadian captain falls. Backstrom chips it ahead for Nylander. In they come 2-on-2 against Vlasic and Parayko. Nylander across the Backstrom, that wide as Giroux picks it up along with Simmons. In they come 2-on-2. Giroux crisscrossing with Simmons. Giroux in, holds, he fired that wide. Simmons digs the loose puck at the sign of the goal, knocked away by Lundqvist. High in the air, batted down by Matheson, collides with Nordstrom, and the play's onside. In comes connecting, drops it back for Giroux. Shoots it across to Matheson. His shot goes off a leg and high. There's Giroux back with it. 4 to go in the first period. Connecting. As Canada's changing, the kid line comes on. Marner comes on along with Point. The only line that's been together in every game for Canada. The 21-year-old Point, the 2 20-year-olds, Marner, and Connecting. And Point winds his way in. Point in, shoots, and Lundqvist makes the save and hangs on.
Every game, it's a chance or 2 or 5 for these young guys. It's Point this time with the turnover, and he weaves his way into the zone. You see the Swedish defense has backed up because they haven't been able to get up on the play where the turnover is just outside the blue line. Lundqvist with the save and control of the rebound, but Point again has had an outstanding tournament. Gord, you touched on the ages of these 3 players and how effective Connecting with 8 points. Point with the 4 goals, and Marner with 11 points in this tournament.
And now Point for the face-off against William Karlsson, who wins that one. And Everberg tries to poke that ahead. Lee sealed the wall for Canada. Poked out by Marner for Connecting. Travis Connecting with 8 assists in 9 games for Canada. And the bouncing puck goes down to Pickard, steers that away for DeHaan. Across for Lee. Native of McTier, Ontario. Had that knocked away. Lee played Division III college hockey in Potsdam, New York. Played the minors for a couple years, then went to Europe, and has made himself quite a career there. Led all KHL defensemen in goal scoring this year. That carrying tip by Canada went off a stick, up and out of play.
Have a quick little conference, make sure that the puck didn't go directly out.
Well, the first indication from the linesman was it deflected.
There it is, it's the deflection off the stick of Eriksson Ek. Look at that, everybody's helping out. Connecting saying it's deflected, the Swedes are saying it's directly out, and they've got the call right, and the face-off will be outside the blue line. See some interesting characters here.
Yeah, we are decidedly underdressed, or overdressed, depending on your point of view. There's a Finnish fan who wears a A wrestling singlet is the only way to describe it, that barely, and I mean barely, is holding him in.
The best part is he's not shy, so he's walking everywhere with it. It's a heck of a look.
3:09 to go here in the opening period, no score. 9-9 the shots on goal. And now Shifley shown out as McKinnon will step in. And that's not done fairly, and Kruger gets shown out. Linesman from Finland and Russia. We talked about this before, Ray, but to be one of the officials chosen to work these last two games is a strong vote of confidence for these officials who are looking to work the Pyeongchang Olympic Games. Now picked free by Kruger. Back to the point he goes to Brodin, across for Ekman Larsson. Ekman Larsson shoots, and Pickard makes the glove save through the screen of Eriksson Ek.
I don't know how he caught up to this puck. There's traffic 3 feet in front of him, and all of a sudden he flashes out the left hand to stop Ekman Larsson's wrist shot. Calvin Pickard took advantage of the injury to Semyon Varlamov this year in Colorado. He ended up playing 50 games for the Avs and got pummeled a lot, took a lot of pucks, but he's had a very good tournament. 9 goals against on 136 shots coming in. He's stopped all 10 so far.
Played 2 games for Canada at last year's World Championship. One of 10 Canadian players who's won gold at the Worlds before. 14 of them won a gold medal, either the World Junior, the World Championship, the Olympics, or the World Cup. Demers to the line and just out. As now Klingberg gathers it back up. He's shadowed there by Giroux. Here's Edler with it. Alex Edler, long lead pass, chipped away by Demers. High off the glass it goes. Demers goes ranging back as Landeskog moved in on him. Lindholm trying to kick that free. And O'Reilly comes back for Canada. Banks at the head for Simmons. Wayne Simmons has a look. Feeds ahead for DeHaan, who's jumped in. Calvin DeHaan works in with Giroux. Drops it back. Claude Giroux in from a sharp angle. Shoots. Lundqvist kicked that away, and O'Reilly couldn't reach the rebound. Parayko plays it back. Down low for Simmons. Tied up there by Edler. Simmons gets pinned into the corner boards. Klingberg up with it. And he finds Rask. Banks it down to the Canadian zone as Giroux goes back for it. Canada changing as Claude Giroux is the last man back. Flushed out by Eriksson Ek. Parayko lifts that high in the air to center ice. And the bouncing puck goes to Stralman. Out to center he goes to Kruger. Point chops at it. And Braden Point feeds that back to Josh Morrissey. Lead pass to Konechny, who chips that down. Hedman goes back for it. Banks it around to Stralman. Lead pass to Eriksson Ek. Moved off the puck by Matheson. And Morrissey goes back in the corner. Josh Morrissey up ahead to Point. Rink wide he goes to Konechny. Now Matheson jumping in with Marner. In comes Konechny across the line. Konechny backhands that towards the goal, and the pass in behind Point. As Eriksson Ek banks it back down to the Canadian zone. Parayko up ahead for Point. Braden Point moves it across the line. Final minute now, the opening period. Ekman Larsson settles things down for the Swedes. Nylander. That pass goes off on a discarded stick right to the side of Lundqvist, and now brought back out by Brodin. To Ekman Larsson. Fires that down to the Canadian zone, and Vlasic back to pick it up. Mark-Edward Vlasic. Swings it across to Parayko. Up ahead for Couturier to Killorn. Alice Killorn now tied up at center ice. Backstrom brings it in along with Everberg and Nylander. Everberg pivots back. To the point he goes. Brodin a long shot. Pickard makes the save, juggles the rebound, and can't hang on. And now Pickard grabs it as it's thrown back in front by Everberg.
Pickard has the long wrist shot in his hand, but he can't grab it. Trying to knock it into his glove. Now he's lost it again, and that could have been dangerous as it comes back to Canada's net, but Pickard follows the puck, tracks it well, and is able to freeze it against the left pad. Not surprisingly, with 22 seconds left, Ryan O'Reilly will come out to take the face-off. It'll be to the left of Pickard. O'Reilly and Lindholm on this draw.
Controlled again by Canada. That was a winger win for the Canadians Puck knocked down by Landeskog. Now to Hahn, tries to feed it back. Picked up by Lindholm for Rask. Walking in, Rask lost the puck that emerged, and Giroux has it back. Loose at the side of the goal. DeHaan picks it up. Calvin DeHaan tied up by Lindholm. And time winds down here in the opening period. The Swedes and Canada go back and forth. Shots 11-10 in favor of Sweden. No score through the opening 20 minutes here at the 2017 World Hockey Championship gold medal game.
No goals so far in the first period of this gold medal game between Team Canada and Team Sweden.
Hello, hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Just the wraps, then we're good.
You see the one falling?
Both of them fell.
Oh, I didn't see. Well, one mic came out.
In 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mike, no scoring there in the first period, but are you happy with how it went regardless of that?
I think so, other than the penalties we took. Obviously one of them was mine. I got caught kind of flat-footed. So that's obviously one area that we need to get better in.
Let's turn that into a positive. A couple of big penalty kills there by your team. Does that give everyone else confidence to see that group go out there and shut it down?
I think so for sure. We've done a good job all tournament long. The guys that are killing penalties have been huge for us, and obviously they're going to continue to be in this game, and we're going to need them down the stretch.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks for having me.
welcome back on the ice, Team Canada. And here is Team Sweden.
Henrik Lundqvist turned aside all 10 shots he faced in that opening period. Victor Rask had a couple of good chances for Sweden, but there's no score through the opening period of this gold medal game.
Canada had a 10-5 advantage in the face-off circle, and why that's significant to me in that period, many of the face-offs were in Canada's zone. So while Canada might have been backed up, they won the draw. They were able, on the power play, to skitter the puck down the ice and keep themselves out of any danger.
Point, Marner, and connecting start up front for Canada. And Victor Hedman knocks it down for the Swedes. Across it goes to Stralman. Anton Stralman up for Elias Lindholm, a long shot, and that goes high over Pickard. Back at the point, Hedman fires it right back in. It goes by Lindholm into the corner for Rask. Victor Rask, tied up there by Demers. Back at the point, Stralman shoots. That was blocked by Point. Now back in the corner, Demers pokes at it. And Rask tries to dig it free. Now Landeskog in there kicking at it. Rask works on it. And finally Demers picks it up for Canada. Banks it off the boards by Hedman. And icing waved off as Stralman goes back to Hedman. Long lead pass right on the tape of Nick Backstrom. Parayko took that away, but as Backstrom reached in, they're going to call him for a hold, and Canada will get its first power play 50 seconds into the second period.
Canada's penalty killers came up big in the first period, killed off two of the Swedes' opportunities, and Nick Backstrom, who's seldom penalized, is going to take a holding penalty here as he grabs the arm of Colton Parayko. We talk about it a lot, that 1 or 2 seconds after a turnover, the player reaches out by instinct, he hooks a guy by instinct, and now you're shorthanded. There's the big bomber from the point, Parayko, with 3 power play goals.
Ryan O'Reilly also has 3. He's in for the face-off. Canada 14 for 34 in the power play in the tournament. Parayko holds the line, feeds that down to Marner. Mitch Marner pivots back, being watched by Stralman. Then Parayko plays it back. Marner, a back pass. Parayko shoots, and that goes off the stick of Marcus Kruger into the second deck of the arena.
As teams scout and learn about the players, I mean, there's no secret that Colton Parayko's shot is something you have to deal with. The issue becomes for those top forwards, if you get tight enough to Parayko or too tight, then you open up that slot play and there's room for that guy to shoot it. So you have to pick your poison a little bit, but when Parayko gets the puck, you got to be brave enough to go right at him and try and make him shoot it quickly.
Now it's the flyer line. Giroux, Simmons, and Shen up front, and a shot by Skinner goes off the post. Another post hit it behind Henrik Lundqvist.
That's 2. Scheifele hit one in the first. Skinner's shot deflected and rings off the left post twice now behind Lundqvist.
Chris Lee up ahead for Claude Giroux. Braden Shen tied for the NHL lead with 17 power play goals this year, even with Nikita Kucherov and Alex Ovechkin. Giroux was knocked off stride. William Karlsson has it back and moves ahead with Nordstrom. Fires that down to the Canadian zone where Pickard is back to stop it. Chris Lee moves it ahead for Canada. Lee for Giroux, tips it ahead for Simmons. A lead pass, Giroux works it and shoots. And Simmons knocked that away. Giroux back on it. Claude Giroux back for Skinner. Winds and fires, and Lundqvist got just a piece of that. Skinner again shoots off the foot of Stralman. It bounced back in front. Kruger picks it up and bounces it down the ice. 45 seconds to go in the Canadian power play. Lee drops it off for McKinnon. Nathan McKinnon winds back. 8 different Canadians have scored in the power play in this tournament. And Marner goes back for it. Threads that pass ahead for Scheifele. Mark Scheifele works in. Drops it off to Marner. Canada gets set up as Parayko's back at the point. Parayko back across to Marner. Works in. Scheifele spins and shoots. Lundqvist save. And Landeskog clears the rebound.
Well executed play. They're trying to take the Swedes are that pass from Marner across the seam to McKinnon, which has been so dangerous. That opened up Scheifele, and he gets a good chance.
Late pass now to Scheifele. Penalty's over. 5 shots on goal for Canada on that power play. Centering pass, and O'Reilly with a shot that's frittered away, knocked down by Edler. McKinnon centers it around there, quick chance, and that's turned away by Lundqvist.
They scored 5 shots plus the goal post on that power play. Excellent 2 minutes for Canada. See if they can build.
DeHaan pokes it back around to Vlasic. Long lead pass right in the tape of Scheifele. Scheifele drops, Duchesne in, sends it back in front for Scheifele. Couldn't get a stick on it. And now the line held by Matheson. Plays it back in the corner. Duchesne swings it down to Killorn. Killorn centers it. Goes off the stick of Ekman Larsson, back to the point to Matheson. He plays it across. Chopped that by Killorn. And knocked down by Jonas Brodin. And Couturier stepped in Lindholm at center ice as DeHaan plays it ahead for Couturier. In with Duchesne and Matheson. Rink wide pass to Mike Matheson. Winds his way in. Matheson, a backhand shot. Lundqvist save. Rebound loose in front. And Killorn couldn't get to it. Josh Morrissey steps up. He got buried there by Landeskog.
That was a race Morrissey had to win. There was nobody back behind him. That would have been a Swedish breakaway, but he got to the puck, took the hit from Landeskog.
Matheson chips it there for Couturier. Back in for Duchesne. Poke check there by Lindberg. Oscar Lindberg lost the puck now. Konechny has it. Sends it back in front. It bounced away from Couturier, and the Swedes break back 3 wide. Lindberg trying to center there for Nylander. It's picked off quickly by Marner. Feeds ahead for Konechny. Konechny waits for the traffic to clear. Works in. Slides it across. Vlasic, a hard shot. Lundqvist makes the save and hangs on.
Oh, I love Canada's start to this period. Aggressive. Pucks to the net. Jeff Skinner's shot hits Lundqvist and then the post through the Wayne Simmons screen. Then Skinner's going to shoot it twice more. Now he hits the side of the net on the other side. Ryan O'Reilly 5 feet in front of the net. His shot's deflected away by William Karlsson, but an excellent start for Canada. Aggressively up in the play, including this play by Morrissey, who stepped up, as I described earlier, to keep the puck in the zone. A much more aggressive start for Canada in period 2 than period 1.
Shots are 8-1 in favor of Canada. O'Reilly feeds it down to Simmons. Wayne Simmons back at the point. Vlasic is shot. Hit at the back of Hedman and bounced down on the feet of Stroman. Now Backstrom looks ahead for Nylander. Feeds it instead to Lindberg. In comes Lindberg now. His rink wide pass finds Hedman. Victor Hedman throws it back in front, tipped wide by Oscar Lindberg of the New York Rangers. Now Nylander has it back. Lost the puck to Parayko. Colton Parayko. Lead pass for Simmons. He was off stride. An icing called against Canada.
Simmons just blew a shoe there, Parayko, and he miscommunicating. There's an icing call that comes back down to Canada's zone. Here's the latest chances. Vlasic's shot is blockered away by Lundqvist with Ryan O'Reilly lurking around the front of the net.
And O'Reilly will take the defensive zone draw for Canada and wins it cleanly back in the corner to Vlasic. Landeskog pivots back on Parayko, sends it back in front of the goal, hit the side of the net, and bounces to O'Reilly, who lifts it out gently. Canada begins a change now. As O'Reilly peels off, Klinberg looks ahead for Lindholm, but that pass missed him, and now it's icing against the Swedes.
That's a silly icing play for the Swedes to make. Canada's changing. There's only one forward, Wayne Simmons, on the ice, and Klingberg turns around and rips it up the boards for an icing call. Now, so the Swedes are tired, a little bit lengthy shift, and here's Mark Scheifele to take the draw.
Against Lindholm. Defending player has to get a stick down first, as the IIHF mirrors the NHL rule now. Klingberg plays it around. Knocked down the line by Demers. Throws it back in the corner. Klingberg lined up there by McKinnon. McKinnon slams into him. McKinnon worked the puck free. Klingberg back on it. And this time Skinner got a tip on it. As he and McKinnon go to work on the forecheck. At the line, held by Demers. Feeds across for Scheifele. And open side it goes to Hahn, steps up and plays it back in the corner to McKinnon. Down low to Skinner. Skinner plays it off the back of the net neatly. Throws it back in front, that pass blocked by Victor Rask. And Skinner plays it back in the corner. Edler had it picked off by Skinner. In comes Skinner again. Pivots back, moves away from Lindholm, plays it in behind the goal for McKinnon. Nathan McKinnon works it back in front. Now McKinnon posts up a long shot, blocked, loose puck in front, knocked away by Edler. And finally Landeskog settles things down and slides out to center ice as Klingberg plays it in.
A great shift. Jeff Skinner's got his legs tonight. He's made 2 or 3 great plays with the puck. We saw earlier a couple of posts in this period.
Scheifele shoveled that in as Canada completes the change. Ekman-Larsson to the line, but not out. Now knocked down by Duchesne. And Ekman-Larsson with the emergency swing knocked that away. Back to center ice. Lee up ahead for Couturier. Joel Lundqvist plays that back. High in the air, Marcus Kruger knocks it down. Rink-wide pass to Eriksson Ek. The old Eriksson Ek in, shoots off the leg of Matheson. Loose puck at the side of the goal. Lundqvist couldn't reach it. Joel Lundqvist in his 8th year as the captain of Frölunda in the Swedish Hockey League. Schenn works in. Braden Schenn plays it down for Couturier. Just one shift for Schenn in the first period. Now a centering pass by Duchesne, and that's knocked down by Lundqvist. Back and forth they go in the gold medal game here at the World Hockey Championship. Fans from around the world gather here in Cologne and Paris for the 2017 World Hockey Championship. The fan zone outside is a kaleidoscope of team colors and sweaters, beer and bratwurst. If you don't like beer and bratwurst, this is not the city for you.
No, this is not it.
You would starve to death here.
If you're waiting around for a salad, you're gonna have to dig for it. But if you want meat, they've got meat. The whole place smells like a bratwurst outside. It's really a really fun place.
Morrissey plays it across, connecting, fanning that shot. And moved out there by Nordstrom. Back down to the Swedish zone. Stralman goes back, icing called against Canada.
Henrik Lundqvist has had a busy night for the Swedes. He got a break 3 times. Duchesne had an open net with Lundqvist down. The puck spun off his stick. Scheifele hit the goal post in the first. Skinner hit it here in the second. And Canada's good chances have ended up nowhere, and we're still tied at 0.
Now connecting plays it ahead. Hedman goes back, being watched there by Marner. Hedman lifts that high in the air, knocked down by Konechny, loose at the side of the goal. Marner kicks it back. Quick shot goes wide, rebound, and Konechny had it blocked as Stralman came across on him. Now Backstrom tries to chip that by Vlasic. Puck loose in front, counted up by Parayko. Colton Parayko. Lead pass for Konechny, that missed. And icing called against Canada.
So Parayko's thinking, I gotta get it up, I gotta get it, there's a chance, and he ends up icing the puck again. Canada's kid line comes close again. Konechny dives to the puck to Marner. Tenacity by Konechny keeps his play alive, and Marner wants to chip it back in that direction. It ends up going past the front of the net. He break point with a stitches or tape on top of the bridge of the nose.
Face off, one back, and the shot by Edler goes wide. Racing to it is Lindholm, rather. As Vlasic has it back, brings that around. Marner chips at it. Puck still loose for Edler. Feeds it back in the corner for Lindholm. And now Now Vlasic settles things down for Canada. Marc-Edouard Vlasic high off the glass and out to center ice. Lindholm bumps it ahead to Landeskog. Working in, Gabriel Landeskog with it. Pulls and shoots, and Pickard makes the glove save on his Colorado Avalanche teammate.
Gabe Landeskog had 18 goals this year for the Avs. Quick up by the Swedes, and Landeskog's going to wander across the slot. Look at Vlasic. Stay right with him, stick down, so there's no way that Landeskog can go back through his feet. Forces him out wide, and Pickard gobbles up the shot.
A late change here by Canada.
Now they only got 4 guys, so they got to turn somebody around. Demers and DeHaan were coming off the ice, and DeHaan gets back into the play.
Giroux for the face-off. Won by Backstrom, back at the point. Edward trying to poke that ahead, and DeHaan banks it back out. And this is icing times 3 for Canada.
Vlasic still on the ice here against the Backstrom, Nylander, Lindbergh line. John Cooper has seen his team play better as the tournament has gone along. I've been in 3 of these tournaments. You get into games 3, 4, 5, it's like it's never going to end for you. So long and a long time away from home, but then they locked in the last couple of games and played their best game against the Germans, and then a rousing comeback with 19 shots in the 3rd period against Russia yesterday to get to this gold medal game.
Classic for Simmons, knocked down by Ekman Larsson, chipped in by Backstrom into the corner, racing back forward is DeHaan. Vlasic still out there. Up ahead to Simmons, Wayne Simmons. Finds O'Reilly, banks that down to the Swedish zone, and now into the forecheck goes Giroux. Claude Giroux works it free for O'Reilly. O'Reilly poking at it, and now Giroux has it back. Banks it back for Vlasic. It skipped off his stick and out. This is like a 3-minute shift for Marc-Edouard Vlasic. Vlasic up for DeHaan. Threads that there for Simmons. And now Simmons works in as Vlasic finally makes his way off. Brodin back in the corner for Nylander. William Nylander winds his way in, walks it across the line. Nylander still with it. Moved off the puck by Demers. Chips it back in the corner. Scheifele with it. Poke check there by Everberg. And Demers to the line, but not out. Stralman with it. Tied up by Scheifele. Loose in the corner now, Everberg. Bumped there by Jason Demers. And the puck still loose as Demers falls. Moved out by Skinner. A race for it now as Nordstrom goes back. He shields off Skinner. That gives Hedman time to go back for the loose puck. Now scooped up by Scheifele. Mark Scheifele shoots it right in front of Lundqvist as McKinnon got a stick on that. Hedman bumped there by McKinnon. Now Skinner sealed the wall, and moving up is Demers. In behind him, Scheifele backs him up, feeds across to McKinnon. Nathan McKinnon drops it back. Hard shot by Matheson, skips right back in front. Everett shovels it back out.
Really nice play. McKinnon put it right on the tee for Matheson.
Now Skinner plays it around, and the puck goes over the glass and out. 9:41 to go here in the 2nd period. Who's going to pry this thing open?
It's almost Mike Matheson. Really good play across the ice. Scheifele to McKinnon. He looks like he's going to shoot it, but then he tees it up. He gets the yell from Matheson. It's right on the tape, and his shot flies wide of the net. It ricochets hard back into the slot. Matheson has had assists in both the quarter and semifinal game. 7 points in the tournament.
Points in 4 straight.
He gets around the ice really well. The Panthers have a really good young defenseman, just starting to come into his own, I believe, as the offensive side of the game will come rounded up to him.
Had to work that free. DeHaan pokes at it. And now John Klingberg, a lead pass, trying to find Eriksson Ek. That was knocked away by Morrissey. And Josh Morrissey, the Calgary native, has it back ahead for Matt Duchene. In comes Duchene, tries to drop that back, picked off by Kruger. And the centering pass is swatted away by Morrissey. Back goes DeHaan for it. Chips it for Duchene, he can't clear it out. That long shot floated wide by Joel Lundqvist. Morrissey goes for it, and he takes down Kruger. And Josh Morrissey will go off with 9:05 left here in the period.
Be the 3rd Swedish power play. Kruger is trying the reverse hit on Morrissey.
Minor penalty for holding.
Kruger's going to try and dive into him, and a little bit of the left hand goes onto the arm of Kruger, and that call is made. So the Swedes, who have really got not much done on their power play, Canada's penalty killers have been outstanding, will get their third crack at it. And interesting that Nylander's going to take the draw here against O'Reilly, as O'Reilly's just cleaned out Backstrom tonight.
Nylander wins that draw cleanly, back to Klingberg. Across he goes to Backstrom as the Swedes get set up. Backstrom, back to Klingberg. Works it and shoots, that's blocked by Point, he can't clear it out. Oliver Ekman-Larsson in the corner for Lindberg. That pass picked off by O'Reilly, and he'll feed it down. Point goes in on Klingberg. And Lindberg knocks that back to Klingberg. John Klingberg of the Dallas Stars feeds that back to Nick Backstrom. Across for Nylander, feeds it back to Klingberg. No one in front right now for the Swedes. Now Nylander drifts in. Ekman-Larsson shoots. He fired that just wide. Klingberg waiting on it. Down to Nylander. Held at the line by Ekman-Larsson. Across to Backstrom. Nick Backstrom. 4 straight 50-plus assist seasons for Washington. Feeds it back door. Picked up by Klingberg. He fired that wide. Pickard might have got a piece of that on the way by.
Sweet feed from Backstrom. Klingberg, who had a power play goal yesterday, misses it to the right of Pickard.
Ekman-Larsson being flushed there by Killorn. Up along the boards to Landeskog. He's past to Strawman. He chips it ahead for Lindholm. And Elias Lindholm pounds that down. Demers on it now. Bouncy puck high in the air to Rask. And the Swedes hold the line. Tapped across by Hedman to Strawman to Lindholm. Lindholm feeds it back to Strawman. In for Hedberg. Hedman now. Works in, pins on the shot. Demers knocks it away. Loose puck in front, swatted away by DeHaan. And now Lindholm feeds it down to Landeskog. 20 seconds to go on the power play. Strawman shoots and Pickard makes the stop through the traffic.
Scrambly play finally goes back to Strawman, and Pickard makes the stop. But earlier on, Nick Backstrom's going to have enough time to find John Klingberg, and he feathers that all the way across, flat on the tape. Klingberg's shot is deflected wide by Calvin Pickard. Oh, Rask has a chance to deflect this, and he whiffed it. That allows Pickard to stay square and make the stop.
At the point, Klingberg back with it. 15 seconds to go on the power play. Feeds across to Ekman-Larsson to Klingberg. Back across to Backstrom. Nick Backstrom slaps it down. Lindberg centers it, and just missing on that was Ekman-Larsson. Nylander tied up there by Couturier. They fall. And now Simmons picks it up as Morrissey joins the rush. And in comes Simmons. They call that offside as Morrissey was skating across. No score here in the second period in Cologne. Henrik Lundqvist back into the Swedish goal. Answered the call from Team Sweden to play in the World Championship for the first time since 2008.
What a pull for him to get to play in this tournament with his brother. Probably the last possible time that will happen. And with what looks like no NHL participation in the Olympics, is this the last time you see Lundqvist in a Swedish jersey?
Olympic gold medalist in 2006 in Torino. Now O'Reilly picks that free for Canada. In comes Schenn to help him out. Along with Giroux. O'Reilly works that free again. Carlson poking at it. Now a race for it. Matheson goes back with Nordstrom bearing in on him. Giroux back to Matheson. Jumps right into the attack. Mike Matheson works his way in. Poke check there by Edler. And a huge hit at the line. Claude Giroux spilled Nordstrom. Claude Drew just unloaded on Joachim Nordstrom. William Karlsson back with it. Karlsson tries to swing that around, gets it right back, taken down by Giroux. Now the puck loose in the corner. Morrissey pokes at it. Everett try to work that free. O'Reilly knocks it down, and Ryan O'Reilly works that to the line. And now Morrissey has it back to Matheson. Out of the reach of Giroux. And worked back in by Karlsson. Under 6 to go here in the second period. Matheson to Shan. Out to Giroux. And O'Reilly knocks that down at center ice. Moves around Strallman. Canada changing as O'Reilly tries to buy some time. And he sweeps that to the goal line. And Lundqvist knocks it away. Ryan O'Reilly's going to need a long summer holiday after the work he's put into this tournament.
So good, game after game after game.
In comes Point for it now. Mitch Marner on it, sweeps it around, and finds Konechny. Travis Konechny pivots back. Wins the puck in the corner, banks it back for DeHaan. DeHaan a long shot, just missed the stick of Marner. Now Demers comes in, fires it around to Konechny. Travis Konechny back on it. Bumped there by Kruger. Plays it behind the goal to Point. Point centers it. And just missing on that was Demers. And now DeHaan a shot that went off the leg of Eriksson Ek. And Hedman has it. DeHaan tried to step in front of Eriksson Ek. The puck got in behind him. And the old Eriksson Ek tried to leave it there, but Demers took it away.
Canada's dominated this period. They've been on every loose puck, won every loose puck battle.
Shots of 11-3 Canada in the second. Now Fanta had a race for it. Lindholm goes in on Morrissey. And icing waved off as Lindholm got there in time to negate it. Rask trying to shield off Point. Morrissey digging for it. Point in there as well. And finding Rask, works it free to Landeskog. Back at the point for Brodin. Jonas Brodin in, fires, Pickard save, and he hangs on to the rebound with Landeskog digging.
Claude Giroux spins back into the forecheck and runs right through Joachim Nordstrom. And then the last shot, the Swedes get the puck down the ice. Really good work by Elias Lindholm to keep this play alive. Deflected by Landeskog, and that forces Pickard to battle the shot, but he's able to stop it and jump onto it before any problem arises.
Nylander for the draw against Couturier. And the puck controlled by Canada as Parayko brings it out. Colton Parayko. Up ahead for Alex Killorn. Parayko jumps into the rush for Canada. Killorn centers it. That goes just wide. Back at the point is Vlasic. He shoots, tipped high and wide by Parayko, and the puck goes up and out.
Couturier's played his best hockey as the tournament's gone along. They rely on him, of course, on the defensive side of the puck a lot to kill penalties, to take face-offs, and he's really become a pretty solid contributor on this Canadian team. Had an empty net goal to seal the deal against Russia.
That call for one of the strangest penalties we've seen. Sitting on the boards, waiting to come on, reach down and play the puck. That's interference.
But what we did learn is that is a bench minor, not a penalty on Couturier.
So he got to come out and help kill the penalty.
It was the weirdest looking penalty. Canada had been called for too many men on the ice just prior to that as well.
Couturier works in now. Sean Couturier works it down low. Couturier swings that back to Lee. His shot goes off a leg, bounces back to the sideboards. DeHaan pokes at it. Puck in behind Killorn. He finds it now, and DeHaan helps him out. Throws up towards the goal, and John Klingberg back to pick it up. Klingberg steps around Killorn. Works the center ice. Couturier stepped into him, and now Lee has the loose puck. Chris Lee works it in. In comes Lee. Lee with a backhand shot, and Lundqvist got a blocker on that. Here's Couturier feeding it down low. And the puck scooped up by Klingberg. He finds William Karlsson. Vlasic. Up ahead to McKinnon. Mark Scheifele digs it out, feeds it back at the point. Here's Matheson. Mike Matheson in, shoots, and it's gloved by Henrik Lundqvist.
The Swedes are chasing the puck all over the defensive zone and turning the puck over in the middle of the ice. It's a short attack ice for Canada. Really good play to stay up in the neutral zone, and Chris Lee takes that turnover, flips this at Lundqvist, and as it deflects off a Klingberg stick, it becomes a difficult save for him too.
Yeah, Lee plays for Magnitogorsk in the KHL. Has spent his last 7 years in Europe. Spent 6 years in the East Coast League in the AHL. And has made a nice living for himself playing overseas. Hundreds of Canadians do it all around the world.
But to be successful at it as long as Lee has been is really something else. A career best season at age 36. You've mentioned or made the point many times, Gord, in this tournament that Chris Lee very easily could be a member of Canada's Olympic team in Pyeongchang.
Cross ice pass to Madsen, too far for him. And now Eriksson Ek back the other way for Sweden. Demers up ahead for Scheifele.
Oh, Scheifele was flattened by Landeskog.
In comes Madsen now, wraps it around. Lundqvist down, the puck loose in front, knocked down by Rask. And Jeff Skinner got clipped with a stray stick there as he makes his way off the ice. In comes Rask. Back for Lindholm. Swings it rink wide. Hedman in, plays it across. Landeskog stopped in tight by Pickard.
While these Av teammates have had 3 close calls, Landeskog in front of Pickard, now a one-timer, and Pickard's turned all of them away.
In comes Scheifele now. Mark Scheifele drops that back for Parayko. Winds and fires that tip high and wide. Brought back by Lindholm. Inside 2 to go in the second period. Lindholm drops it back. Backstrom in, shoots. Had a leg in front. And Pickard was moving the other way. Here's Brodin with it. Jonas Brodin pumps that down in the Canadian zone. In comes Nylander for it. Leaves it there for Backstrom. In the corner is Lindbergh. Now Nylander pumping there with Parayko. And Oscar Lindbergh of the Rangers feeds that back to Ekman Larsson. Rink wide he goes to Brodin. Throws it back down to Nylander. William Nylander. His dad Michael won 2 World Championships for the Swedes. Works it back in front. Nylander lost that puck to O'Reilly. And away comes Canada. O'Reilly with Simmons. And Wayne Simmons feeds that ahead as Canada starts to change.
What a move by Nylander on Parayko behind the net. He ended up giving the puck away, but that's another area where Nylander's game has grown through the National Hockey League season. Swedes just took a penalty in the neutral zone.
Yeah, I think it's Nick Backstrom got into it with Jason Demers. And now Giroux drops that back for Demers. Wound in by Marner. Feeds that ahead for Scheifele. Extra skater on for Canada. It's Konechny. Here's Travis Konechny. Swings it across for DeHaan. Calvin DeHaan down to Giroux. Claude Giroux works in, and a crease violation called against Canada. That'll stop the play. We have a slashing call coming to the Swedes, though, with 42 seconds left here in the second period.
Team Sweden, minor penalty for slashing.
It's 2 minors for Nick Backstrom today.
That's very uncharacteristic for him.
Backstrom gets tied up with Demers in the middle of the ice, and Demers has got his stick wrapped up. And just prior to getting a glimpse of that, he slashes him. Victor Hedman to Landeskog earlier. Pickard across, this puck hits the left pad, then his stick and stays out. Landeskog cannot crack his Colorado teammate.
Now O'Reilly, Scheifele, Marner up front, McKinnon, and Parayko on the back end. Face-off won by Kruger. And moved down the ice by Stralman. As Parayko moves away from Joel Lundqvist, up ahead to O'Reilly. Ryan O'Reilly lost the puck to Lundqvist. Joel Lundqvist works in short-handed. Parayko took that away from him. And now fed back at the point, scooped up by Hedman, backhands it back in front, they score! That was tipped as Hedman backhanded towards the goal, and the Swedes with a short-handed marker have taken a 1-0 lead.
What a calamity of errors on the Canadian breakout, and then the Swedes lose the puck again. This puck goes straight through. Parayko keeps the puck alive. It's just fished to the net by Hedman. Pickard looks like he's expecting a deflection. This puck's never tipped. It bounces straight past Kruger. It bounces through the legs of Pickard. And of 16 goals that Victor Hedman scored this year, I can't imagine any of them look like that.
The Swedes have the first goal. It's short-handed with 20 seconds remaining in the period.
After a period where Canada totally dominated the play, it's a crazy lucky bounce, and it's 1-0 Sweden.
Edmund gets the goal as Shen works in. Braden Shen tries to fire it in. Time expires here at the end of the second period. There'll be 1 minute and 18 seconds of power play time to carry over into the third period, but the Swedes have a 1-0 lead. Canada's in a hole again here at the World Hockey Championship.
You've been in this situation before, playing for gold as one of the veterans. What's the message in the locker room?
I think we did a lot of good things that period. I think our first period was weak. That period was much better. We keep playing that way, it's going to go in. We're getting some chances. So regroup here, not worry about that last goal.
20 minutes to go. Thanks for doing this.
Thanks.
Mit der 19, Niklas Wechsel. Zwei Flanken mit Schnappschuss. Die Zeit 39,17. Going into the third period, Team Canada. Welcome back on the ice, Team Sweden.
Henrik Lundqvist has stopped all 22 shots he's faced in this game so far. Sweden has scored first in every game at this World Hockey Championship and leads 1-0 after 2 periods of play. Earlier today, it was Russia over Finland to win the bronze medal. In the round-robin portion of the tournament, Slovenia and Italy were relegated. Austria and Korea. South Korea will join the top group next year. Jim Pack, former Stanley Cup winner with the Pittsburgh Penguins, as their head coach. He'll coach them in the Olympics in Pyeongchang, and then in next year's World Championship in Copenhagen and Herning, Denmark.
Ran into Jimmy today. What a nice guy he is. He's really proud of the accomplishment of qualifying. Thinks their team's improved. He says now we just got to keep getting better.
Former Canadian Olympian in the early 90s.
Yesterday against the Russians, Canada started with the third period with a power play. They were down 2, and Scheifele scored. Can they do it again to equalize this one?
Marner to Scheifele, drops that back at the point. Parayko holds it. Colton Parayko feeds it back across, and Canada gets set up. Parayko being watched there by Carlson, shoots off the end boards. It goes to Scheifele. Back to McKinnon. 40 seconds to go on the power play. McKinnon centers it. Scheifele got a tip on that, and Lundqvist made the pad save. Now Marner back with it. Marner slides it back to Parayko. William Karlsson is right on top of him. Cross it goes to Marner. In, slaps it down to the goal line. O'Reilly centers it, bouncing puck backhanded on goal by McKinnon, and the save is made by Lundqvist.
The puck bounces around a little bit before it gets to Nate McKinnon, and McKinnon's got a couple of power play goals in this tournament. O'Reilly wants to go back to Scheifele in the slot. He's right between the penalty killers. McKinnon gets to the puck, but just can't get much on it as Lundqvist makes the stop.
Now Canada comes back with Giroux, Simmons, and Shen up front, the flyer line. Skinner on the back end. And the face-off won by Giroux, but Skinner can't hold the line. And Joel Lundqvist brings it out. There's in the corner. Kruger trying to battle for it. Now picked out by Shen, the final seconds of this power play. Shen has it. Up ahead for Giroux, the pass in behind him. He drops it back at the line, held by Lee. In the corner for Giroux. Here's Shen back on it. And the teams are back to even strength. Jason Demers plays it around to Lee. Back for Demers. It skipped away from him. Lindholm on it. Canada changing now. And now,
oh, this is a...
Konecny got hit with a high stick.
Konecny sells this, but Lindholm goes to shoot the puck back into the zone. His stick hits Konecny, and Canada's going to go back to the power play.
Now, in the NHL, the follow-through of a shot or a pass hitting a player is not high sticking. In the IIHF, it is.
Lindholm is saying he's bent over. I don't know that Konecny was bent over on the high sticking penalty.
Minor penalty for high sticking.
Konecny's going to jump on the ice here. Oh, he didn't even touch him. That's an absolute embellishment by Travis Konecny. Nothing else to say.
So now O'Reilly in. Scheifele and McKinnon up front. Marner on the back end.
Third power play for Canada. The Swedes have the best penalty killing in the tournament. Canada, one of the top 2 power plays with the Russians.
We've only allowed 2 power play goals so far in 10 games.
Canada's had some pretty good chances, some pretty good movement on the power play, and this is that group that's been so very dangerous. Scheifele will play in the middle of the slot, O'Reilly at the net front, Marner and McKinnon on the flanks, and Parayko right up top.
O'Reilly wins the draw back to Parayko. McKinnon sets it up. Rink wide he goes for Marner. In comes Mitch Marner, a quick shot. Save made by Lundqvist. Rebound, score! O'Reilly pokes it home, and Canada's tied the game.
Lindholm giving it to the official as he should, as Konechny drew the penalty with an embellishment of a high stick. What a tournament for Ryan O'Reilly. What's interesting here, O'Reilly coughed the puck up that led to the short-handed goal, and now he stays with this puck. Ricochets it off Stroman, off Lundqvist, it's in the net. Ryan O'Reilly's got 4 power play goals right in front of the net on the screen. He doesn't bail on it. This puck actually hits the stick of Lundqvist. Lundqvist trying to prevent the pass across the front, deflects up in the air, bangs off his helmet, and it's in the net, and Canada's tied it up.
A 1-1 tie now. You talked about it, Ray. An early power play goal in the 3rd period drew Canada close against the Russians, now draws them even here in the 3rd period. 2 minutes and 19 seconds between the goals, one at the end of the second, one early in the 3rd. Klingberg on it now, loses the side of the goal, and Edler has it back for the Swedes. Nylander lifts it down in the Canadian zone, and Vlasic back to pick it up. Canada bidding for 3 consecutive World Championships. The last time Canada went for 3 in a row, lost the gold medal game to the Czech Republic in 2005 in Vienna. Backstrom works at 3 for the Swedes. Right ahead by Lindholm, knocked down by Demers. Jason Demers. Across he goes for Calvin DeHaan, pivots back, Lindholm all over him. Now Demers, long lead pass for Konechny. Travis Konechny trying to find Mitch Marner, loose in the corner with it now. Marner digs for it. He was stripped by Rask. Landeskog had it poked away by Point, and Point gets it across the line, but the play is offside.
Here's the play in question. Lindholm's stick hits the crest of Konechny. It gets Canada the power play. Canada wins the draw. O'Reilly, they get possession. Marner's shot goes through. Lundqvist stops it. It's O'Reilly to finish it off.
If it was the other way, and Sweden embellished and scored the power play, Canadians would be outraged.
That's the deal when you cheer for a team. If that's okay for you, then it's okay the other way. Chances are it's not okay the other way, so it's really not okay that way. But Canada will take it on the power play, and now we get 16 and a half minutes to a gold medal perhaps, with 2 teams that have played really well today.
Now Skinner plays it around, held by Stroman, skipped by him, and back out to center ice as Lundqvist goes back. Mentioned that Joel Lundqvist was a 3rd-round pick by the Dallas Stars back in 2000. Stroman a shot, bouncing puck in front. Eriksson at the drive, and Picker turned that away. Bob Gainey, then the Stars general manager, said after they picked Joel Lundqvist, why don't we take the twin brother? And the scouts said, no, we're not sure about him. As Lundqvist centers it, and Carlson fanned on that. In the 6th round, he said, we're drafting high school players. Let's take the goalie. In the 7th round, the New York Rangers grabbed him. In comes McKinnon, fires, and Lundqvist fought that off.
405 wins and 742 games later.
In comes Everberg now. Drops it back. William Karlsson, a shot. He fired that wide. And a bouncing puck goes to O'Reilly. He's got Giroux with him. Ryan O'Reilly works in, pulls it in, shoots, and Lundqvist makes the save.
Ryan O'Reilly has been a magnet for the puck in this tournament. Here he is. He's got it again.
Todd McCullen in 2015. Bill Peters last year. John Cooper this year, all raved about the play of Ryan O'Reilly.
Anton Strawman has this shot that climbs up on Pickard. Pickard makes the blocker save, then follows it and deflects it away. Here's O'Reilly. Look at the toe drag and patience as he pulls this around Alex Edler. Lundqvist makes the stop.
And now O'Reilly in for the face-off. Nylander wins it cleanly back at the point. Brodin, a shot deflected, and Pickard fought that off.
Wow, did he have to struggle to find that puck as it bounced oddly again.
Toronto coach Mike Babcock said that William Nylander will not be a center next year. He's been a pretty good middleman here at the World Championship. Now a centering pass, bounced down, picked up by Nylander. Works in, waits, and shoots, and Pickard made the stop. Wasn't sure where the rebound was. Nylander back with it. What a show he's putting on. William Nylander poke check there by Demers, and the puck back to center ice. Lead pass to Ekman Larson. He centers it. Knocked away by Point. Bouncing puck in front. Braden Point works that free. And Point lifts that to center ice. Strawman being watched there by Konechny. Parayko finds Konechny. Travis Konechny threads that pass ahead for Point. That was knocked down by Lindholm. 5.5 gone here in the third period. Canada and Sweden tied at 1. The 5th all-time gold medal game meeting for these two countries at the World Championship. Lindholm moves in. He knocked down Matheson. And Marner goes for a loose puck. Landeskog feeds it back. Strawman goes rink wide, but the pass draws Hedman out. Rask. Poke check there by Couturier. Swings it rink wide for Hedman. Moving in, and now a shot by Landeskog was blocked. Marner digs it free in the corner and finds Matheson. Up ahead to Konechny as Matheson jumps into the rush. The lead pass for Couturier. And Sean Couturier throws that in deep as Canada needs a change. Bouncy puck high in the air. Skips back down to the Canadian zone. And icing called against the Swedes.
Last couple of minutes, the Swedes have pressed back a little bit here. Jonas Brodin's shot is going to be tipped. And Pickard has to wait for it, and then he gets the blocker on it to push it aside. Lindholm probably gets away with one here as his stick gets into Mike Matheson's feet. Matheson has been outstanding today for Canada.
O'Reilly in for the face-off against Rask. O'Reilly winning draws at a better than 70% clip here in the tournament. And every draw is so critical here now. O'Reilly wins it cleanly back to the point. DeHaan winds and fires. That was tipped just wide. Now Demers lays it down for McKinnon. Nathan McKinnon. Tied up there by Rask. Plays it down low to O'Reilly. Loose behind the Swedish goal. O'Reilly pivots away from Klingberg. Swings it across for Giroux. Low Giroux now. Waits with a long wrist shot. It bounced in behind the goal. Landeskog plays it around the wall, sealed by Demers. Down he goes to O'Reilly again. A centering pass. McKinnon got a backhand shot away, but it didn't get to the net.
McKinnon on this line with O'Reilly and Giroux, usually the spot for either Simmons or Schenn.
Now McKinnon waiting for it, knocks it down at center ice and fires it back into the Swedish zone. Lundqvist out to play. It goes high off the glass for Everberg. Dennis Everberg. 2 seasons with the Colorado Avalanche. Feeds up for Carlson. Swatted away by Pickard. Nordstrom works that free behind the Canadian goal. Josh Morrissey gets to it. Up ahead for Skinner. He couldn't clear it out. Now a centering pass goes to Nordstrom. A quick shot. Pickard makes the save and hangs on. 12:28 to go here in the third period. Canada and Sweden tied at 1.
Congratulations and big cheer to Mrs. Annika Pickett for the Silver Pen of the game.
Welcome back to Cologne, Germany. The gold medal game with the 2017 World Hockey Championship. Canada going for a 20th World Championship. That doesn't count Olympics, which until 1964 counted as a World Championship.
Victor Hedman has a shorthanded goal for the Swedes. Ryan O'Reilly, a power play goal for Canada.
Face off, one back to the point to Brodin. Jonas Brodin banks that down for Lindbergh. And Parayko goes racing to it for Canada. Ekman Larsson. Played back for Brodin, and Killorn was bearing in tightly. Now Couturier has it back, banks it ahead for Schenn. Braden Schenn pokes that down to the Swedish zone. Now picked off by Killorn. In for Schenn. Braden Schenn down to Couturier, who kicks that free. Feeds it back at the point. Here's Vlasic, winds and shoots. Lundqvist makes the save with Couturier looking for the loose puck.
Really good battle with Backstrom and Killorn, who are having a long conversation to the right of Henrik Lundqvist. They were in the crease, and Killorn's trying to get out of there so there's not a crease violation. It's a really good play by him. You see the battle going on to the right of Lundqvist, and Lundqvist has got to wrestle this puck. It almost squeaks underneath his glove, but he's able to corral it.
Schenn got a stick on that, just to move it a bit.
Haven't seen Wayne Simmons lately. We saw McKinnon on the moved up to that line with Giroux on his last shift, and this was Schenn out in the position where McKinnon normally is.
Simmons is on the Canadian bench as Strawman goes back for the loose puck. Chipped ahead for Kruger. He's got Lundqvist with him, and moving up the other side is Eriksson Ek. Kruger for Joel Eriksson Ek. Centers it. And Kruger getting a shot away now. Hedman back with it. Victor Hedman. Brings it across to Strawman. Almost picked off there by Konechny. Strawman holds and shoots. Kicked away by Matheson. Joel Lundqvist. Back in the corner for Eriksson Ek. Now Point digging for it. And Kruger pokes out to the sideboards. Waiting for it is Marner. Lifted out there by Matheson. He finds Marner. Drops that back for Morris. He has a quick look, and now it's a swing back. Konechny shovels that softly down to the Swedish zone. There'll be no icing as Strawman goes back, and Canada completes a change.
Simmons has become the 13th forward here for Canada's. It's Giroux, O'Reilly, and McKinnon.
Now DeHaan digging for it. And Jason Demers. High off the glass, knocked down by Joachim Nordstrom as a strong night for the Swedes, but now kicked back for Giroux. Over the head of Klingberg, and now bearing on him is McKinnon. Klingberg slides that back for Nordstrom. Chicago Blackhawks Stanley Cup winner who's dealt to Carolina in 2015 after they won the Cup. Doing a long procession out of Chicago after Stanley Cup wins.
Get your ring and they move you along somewhere.
Here's your ring, here's your plane ticket. Lindholm plays that back for Klingberg. Up the center ice, the long lead pass for Landeskog, swatted away by Demers. And DeHaan put that right in the stick. Now the on-rushing Elias Lindholm, now brought in by Duchesne. Matt Duchesne plays that down. Skinner tried to flip that down. Knocked down by Matheson, across to Duchesne. Matt Duchesne works in. Pivots back in the corner. Feeds it across to Matheson. And Mike Matheson throws it down to Skinner. Jeff Skinner works the puck in the corner. He was taken down there by Landeskog. Shoots it on goal. Kicked away by Lundqvist.
He almost squeaked that between Lundqvist and the post.
And here's Duchesne back on it. He and Edler collide. Now Brodin backhands it off the sideboards. Lindholm moves it out. And Shifley swings away from Rask. Out the center ice to Duchesne for Skinner. And Jeff Skinner fires that down to the Swedish zone. 9:15 to go in the third period. A 1-1 tie between Canada and Sweden. Sweden 7-2 in the tournament. That long shot gloved by Pickard. Canada is 8-0-1. An overtime loss to Switzerland. The only blemish on the Canadian record. And there is Tyson Barrie, who was injured away from the rink, as they like to say. Played 3 games for Canada, got 7 points in those 3 games.
When he was injured, Chris Lee was carted and put into the lineup. Then Colton Parayko arrived the same day, and that had rounded out the Canadian defense.
Off the face-off win, Lindbergh goes back to Brodin. Backhands that towards the front of the goal, knocked down by DeHaan. And DeHaan plays it into the Canadian bench, and the face-off will stay in the Team Canada zone.
Cooper and Dave Hackstall, who runs the defense, the Philadelphia Flyers head coach, has got DeHaan out here with Vlasic as they're out against the Backstrom, Nylander, Lindbergh line. Simmons jumps out for a shift with Killorn and Couturier here.
Ekman Larsson, a long shot. That went just wide out the other side. It goes to Vlasic. And Vlasic pokes it there for Killorn. For Vlasic. Now Marc-Edouard Vlasic of the San Jose Sharks pivots back. The Olympic and World Cup champion is Vlasic. Back for DeHaan. And the Swedish zone it goes. Brodin for Lindbergh. Rink wide he goes for Nylander. William Nylander winds his way in. Drops it back in the corner. Racing to it is Backstrom. Had it knocked away for a moment by DeHaan. Now the centering pass goes by everyone. And Hedman gathers up the loose puck. Canada screaming for a too many men call against the Swedes.
They didn't have too many men on the ice. Nylander's bent over. He got hit in the face with a stick. As he cleared the puck into the zone, he was creeping towards the bench, and the Swedes were pretty careful not to have an extra man out there.
Matheson swings back for it for Canada.
Oh, what a play by Mike Matheson.
Lauren throws that to center ice, scooped up by Hedman. Victor Hedman plays it across to Stralman. This Tampa duo goes back to work, chipped in now by Landeskog as Matheson goes back. Konechny waiting for it. Trying to chop that free. The bouncing puck moved out by Konechny. And Stralman gathers up the rolling puck, plays it away from Konechny. In comes William Karlsson. Point steps into him. Matheson bumps him off the puck, and now Point has it back for Marner. Canada changing as Konechny climbs off the ice. And now Marner drops that back for Demers. Marner goes leaping off. The line held by Everberg. Long shot, that goes just wide. Back at the point is Alex Edler. Feeds it down to William Karlsson, being chased there by Demers. Klingberg jumps up, and now Giroux has the loose puck. Plays that to an open corner. Matheson races to it. Can't squeeze that by Everberg. And now O'Reilly has it back for Canada. Rink wide he goes for Giroux. Claude Giroux moves in with McKinnon. And McKinnon moved offside as the Swedes play it back out. Here's Giroux back with it. Claude Giroux, the Canadian captain. Up ahead for McKinnon. Nathan McKinnon shoots, and Lundqvist takes that away. Bouncing puck in the slot, scooped up by John Klingberg. Threads it ahead for Kruger. In comes Kruger, being watched there by McKinnon. And a huge hit by McKinnon in the corner sends Kruger flying. Now Parayko back with it. Colton Parayko lifts it high in the air. Up the center it goes to Killorn, trying to knock it down. Now as Killorn falls, and Ekman Larsson feeds that to Eriksson Ek. Joel Lundqvist for Ekman Larsson. Got it down low, Vlasic. Tied up there by Lundqvist. And the bouncing puck to the line. Ekman Larsson drawn out of the zone. Under 6 to go here in a tied third period. If it's tied at the regulation, a full intermission, 5-on-5 for 20 minutes of sudden death. That rule will change again next year. It'll go back to 4-on-4 in overtime for 20 minutes in the gold medal game as of next season. Brought in now by Backstrom. Nick Backstrom works in. Sends it back in front. That was batted down by Killorn. As Killorn throws that to an open wing, racing to it is Stralman. Anton Stralman works in, shoots, and Pickard makes the stop. 5:25 to go. You're watching the gold medal game from the 2017 World Hockey Championship.
8 years ago, the former German national team goalie Robert Müller passed away much too early after a brave battle against brain cancer. The logo of the 2017 IIHF Ice Hockey World Championship has been created in a special commemoration of Robert Müller, who himself stood on the ice here in Cologne at the 2001 IIHF Worlds. Also the medals, which will be presented to the teams after this final, are honoring this outstanding sportsman with a three-dimensional logo of this 2017 IIHF Ice Hockey World Championship. Meine Damen und Herren, heute vor 8 Jahren ist der einzige deutsche Nationaltorhüter Robert Müller viel zu früh im Alter von nur 28 Jahren nach schwerer Krankheit gestorben. Mit dem Logo dieser Eishockey-Weltmeisterschaft wurde Robert Müller, der bei der WM 2001 hier in Köln noch selbst auf dem Eis stand, in besonderer Weise gedacht. Auch die Medaillen, welche den Teams im Anschluss
Back here in Cologne, 5:25 to go in the third period. Last year was a knee knockout between Canada and Finland in the gold medal game, won by Canada 2-0. A late empty net goal by Matt Duchene in that one. Swedes scored a shorthanded goal late in the second period. Canada power play goal early in the third.
Every face-off, every puck at the blue line becomes critical now.
Face off one of the sideboards by O'Reilly, knocked out there by Giroux. A rolling puck for Claude Giroux, and Victor Hedman ranges back to take that away. And away comes Elias Lindholm, in across the line. Lindholm throws it back in front, waits, he's got Pickard down, a wraparound try, and diving across there was Calvin Pickard to knock that away, along with Calvin DeHaan. Here's Rask with it. Lindholm in behind the goal. DeHaan has it back now, trying to find McKinnon. And Nathan McKinnon's got O'Reilly with him. In comes McKinnon, and a great hip check there by Stroman.
And he does that stuff well.
Weighs 190 pounds.
The timing to make the hit on the boards is perfect. Yesterday against the Finns, he throttled Mikko Rantanen in the middle of the ice.
In comes Matt Duchene, shovels that back for Parayko. Colton Parayko winds and fires, that went just wide. And loose puck goes back to Parayko. His pass through the middle of the ice missed. Edler goes back, icing called against Canada.
Strong rush by Elias Lindholm. He's going to get outside of Calvin DeHaan. There's no shot, so he goes back around the back of the net. DeHaan, Demers, McKinnon all help shield that. And here's the Stroman hip check as Nate McKinnon tries to squeeze by. It's been a physical game. Giroux with one of the biggest hits. Gabe Landeskog flattened Scheifele as well. But a well-played game for the most part. One power play goal and one shorthanded goal is it.
Nordstrom poke check there by Parayko. Picked up now by Everberg. Everberg throws that towards the goal. Loose puck. Nordstrom with a shot, and Pickard got the blocker on that. Matt Duchene feeds ahead for Scheifele. He's got Skinner moving ahead. Scheifele to Skinner. In comes Jeff Skinner as Canada's changing. He pivots back. Skinner buys some time. Throws it down to Scheifele. Inside 4 to go here in the third period. Jeff Skinner threads it back in front, just out of the reach of Duchene. Now Matt Duchene reaches for it. His pass broken up by Carlson, and William Carlson feeds ahead for Nordstrom. Morrissey tried to knock that down. He and Nordstrom collide. Nordstrom's got it loose in the corner, spins around, knocked down there by Matheson, and a late penalty call coming to Josh Morrissey. And the Swedes are going to the power play with 3:18 to go in the third period.
I would say Joakim Nordstrom's been as effective a player for the Swedes as they've had. Michael Matheson's going to get the gate. Nordstrom wrestles his way past Morrissey. And the left leg of Matheson makes contact and trips Joakim Nordstrom. There's the great stop by Pickard. He had to find that puck in the traffic. Nordstrom shot was up towards the top of the net, and he's able to shoulder it aside. Canada's had 3 power plays. This is Sweden's 4th. Just 3:18 left.
Backstrom trying to win that drop, and Ryan O'Reilly beats him again.
Backstrom hasn't even got his stick on the ice against O'Reilly on those faceoffs.
Now Lindbergh moves in, drops it back to Ekman Larsson. The bouncing puck got by Parayko. Poked free by Nylander in the corner now. Backstrom sets it up on the Swedish power play. Back at the point for Klingberg. To Backstrom. Inside 3 to go. Here's Klingberg with it. Swings it across to Ekman Larsson. Back to Klingberg with time. Shoots. Pickard makes the save through the traffic. Vlasic reaching for it. Bounces back in the corner. And Parayko can't clear it out. Nylander drops it back to Ekman Larsson. Oliver Ekman Larsson. Banks it around to Backstrom. Nick Backstrom. Being watched there by O'Reilly. Works right in. Backstrom drops it back. Ekman Larsson in, shoots, and Pickard got a piece of that. And the puck goes over the glass.
Well, it was Calvin Pickard hanging in there for Canada. He made the stop on Nordstrom right before the power play, and he's going to make a couple of beauties, including this one as Ekman Larsson wants to go up under the bar. He shrugs that one off. This is how Sweden scored on the power play yesterday at Klingberg wrister. This one deflected in front by Oscar Lindberg, and Pickard stopped that one too.
Coming up at 11 o'clock local time here in Cologne. 2:27 to go in the third period, 1:09 to go in the Swedish power play. Rask out there along with Lindholm and Landeskog up front, Stralman and Hedman on the back end. Face off won by Rask. Stralman shoots, he powdered that wide. Held there by Hedman. Hedman feeds it down to Lindholm. Elias Lindholm of the Carolina Hurricane. Feeds it back to Hedman. Cross he goes to Stralman. Walks in, being shadowed there by Couturier. Now Stralman still with it. His pass deflected away by Vlasic, who knocks it down for a moment and fires that down the ice. 45 seconds to go on the Swedish power play.
That was great work by Couturier. He tucked away the pass from Stralman to Hedman. It had to go in the corner. Vlasic reads it, deflects it away, and the Swedes have to go get it down the ice.
Hedman drops it back for Rask. Across he goes for Lindholm, winding in, drops it back for Stralman. Stralman tied up by Point. Point stays on him. And now Parayko comes in on his backhand and feeds it back to center.
The Tampa teammates battling for that loose puck, and it's Point that wins the battle.
And now icing against the Swedes on the power play. Three shots for Sweden so far, Ray, on the power play.
The Swedish power play's not been very good in this tournament. They got 2, though, yesterday against the Finns. Just 5 goals in the 10 games in the tournament. This is the end of their 4th power play, just 17 seconds left, and the face-off to the left of Henrik Lundqvist after that icing call.
Couturier for the face-off against Rask. And Rask wins it back to Stralman. 15 seconds to go on the Swedish power play. Here's Hedman with it. Across to Rask is Killorn, who's on the forecheck for Canada. And now, I think they got the Swedes for too many men. Sweden had 6 players on the ice.
Oh, what a blunder. They were trying to get the Nylander, Backstrom, Lindberg line on the ice at the tail end of this power play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And you can see the leap at the far end of the boards.
And the difference in North America to the way it's called here, at home you have to play the puck in most cases for it to be a man or too many men on the ice penalty. Here, if you breathe on the ice, it's called far, far tighter. That was an easy one, and the Swedes make a gigantic blunder.
6 seconds to go on the Matheson penalty, and then a Canadian power play, which could, if necessary, carry over into overtime. O'Reilly wins the draw. Starting to sound like a broken record. Here's McKinnon, back in the corner now for Giroux. Matheson steps on, Canada on the power play. Parayko down to O'Reilly, and skips off his skate back to center ice. O'Reilly for Parayko. Up ahead to Scheifele working in. Mark Scheifele winds across the top. Feeds it down to Giroux. Claude Giroux, now a minute to go in the 3rd period. Parayko across to Giroux. Giroux in, drops it down. Scheifele centers it, tipped wide by O'Reilly. Now McKinnon falls in the corner, picked up by Nordstrom. He's got a chance short-handed with William Karlsson. In comes Nordstrom, now a long shot knocked away by Pickard. Puck loose in the corner, 40 seconds to go on the 3rd. Giroux picks it free, up ahead to McKinnon. And Nathan McKinnon streaks ahead. Poke check there by Hedman. Look at Victor Hedman, the forechecker on the penalty kill, but it's moved away by McKinnon. Across he goes to Parayko, 25 seconds left in the period. Giroux drops it back for McKinnon. Nathan McKinnon in for Giroux. Canada gets set up now, Giroux. Feeds it back, Marner shot, that deflected wide. Back at the point is Giroux. 10 seconds to go in the period. Giroux swings it back, Parayko fires, that deflected wide. Now Marner racing to it, has a quick look at the clock. Marner spins and shoots, that goes wide as well. Giroux works it, centers it, bouncing puck, and McKinnon couldn't reach it. And Canada and Sweden are going to overtime in the gold medal game at the World Hockey Championship. Great chances for Canada in the dying seconds. But that pass blocked by Edler.
O'Reilly can't find the puck until it's too late. Edler gets a handle or a tip on it. O'Reilly, who tied the game on the power play, deflects that one into the corner, and we'll have a full intermission now.
Canada will open the overtime on the power play. The World Hockey Championship continues in a moment.
The regular time, the 20 minutes of depth overtime will follow after a 15-minute intermission. The next goal wins the game. The overtime will be played with each team winning about strength of 5 skaters. But the score is still tied after overtime. A penalty shot shootout will follow. Meine Damen und Herren, nach Ende der regulären Spielzeit steht es noch unentschieden. Nach einer 15-minütigen Pause folgt dann eine 20-minütige Verlängerung. Nach dem Sub-Death-Modus. Wer das nächste Tor schießt, gewinnt. Gespielt wird 5 gegen 5. Sollte in der Verlängerung kein Tor fallen, wird die Partie im Penaltyschießen entschieden. Und wir blicken auf die Schussstatistik im dritten Drittel. Kanada mit 11 Schüssen aufs Tor. Schweden mit 12 Schüssen aufs Tor. Shots on goal in the third period. Team Canada 11, Team Sweden 12. whistle for Team Sweden.
And so we go to overtime. Henrik Lundqvist and Sweden will be shorthanded for 37 seconds. A bench minor for 2-minute man on the ice. William Nylander is in the box to serve it.
Not often is the first face-off of a period critical. But for the penalty-killing Swedes, if they can win the draw, they can probably burn about 15 seconds off this power play. Conversely, for Canada, if Ryan O'Reilly wins the draw. Oh, actually he's not on the ice. It's going to be Scheifele. If Scheifele can win the draw, they can get into the zone and get an attack going.
Poked down the Canadian zone. Last overtime game in the World Championship for the gold medal, 2008. Ryan Getzlaff put the puck over the glass. Ilya Kovalchuk scored in overtime in Quebec City. The IIHF's 100th anniversary season. Here's Parayko knocking it down. On the line with 15 seconds to go in the power play now, knocked away by Nordstrom, and back goes Parayko for it. 5-on-5 for 20 minutes of sudden death overtime. Parayko slides that across to McKinnon. Final seconds now on the power play. McKinnon works that free. That was picked up by Landeskog. Now Nylander steps up, quickly beaver tapping for it, but Vlasic saw him and stood right beside him. Vlasic across to Parayko. Up for Shen, chipped down to the Swedish zone, and Lundqvist back to play it. Canada's lost 2 overtime games this year in gold medal matches in the IIHF. Of course, the World Junior Championship, won by the U.S. in a shootout. Then the final, the Women's World Championship, won on Hillary Knight's golden goal in Michigan. Alvin DeHaan tried to play that ahead. It bounces into the Swedish bench and out of play.
Ryan O'Reilly had a fabulous tournament for Canada and down 1-0 on the power play. He takes the Marner rebound and spins in his 6th goal of the tournament. He had a chance near the end of regulation, couldn't get enough on it. And O'Reilly, who is one of Canada's 3 best players in this tournament, and in my opinion has been their best, that sent the game to overtime.
Pass picked off at center ice by Couturier, working his way in. Sean Couturier. They watched there by Jonas Brodin. The puck loose in the corner. Now Duchesne trying to pick it free. Comes out to Killorn. Once again, Vlasic and Parayko out against the Backstrom line. And the puck comes free to Couturier. Feeds that back at the point for Vlasic. A long wrist shot kicked away easily by Lundqvist. At center ice, knocked down by Vlasic. That tied up there by Lindberg, and back down to the Swedish zone it goes as Oliver Ekman-Larsson goes back to pick it up. Nylander tiptoes across the line. Backstrom's long shot swatted away by Pickard. Loose in the corner. And here's Killorn with it. Alex Killorn. Slides it across for Vlasic. Long shot, and that's stopped by Lundqvist.
Lord, I'm not real sure what's going on, but Ryan O'Reilly's not on the Canadian bench.
There was a face-off late in the 3rd period where he got up awkwardly and seemed to be bothered somewhat by. He took the draw nonetheless and won it, and didn't come back to take some later draws.
He's not there. Canada's short a skater, and might be an equipment issue as well. Paul Boyer, the equipment manager, just came back onto the bench right now.
Here's Konecny trying to center, bouncing puck. Lundqvist is down, point digging for it. Marcus Kruger tosses him aside.
In any case, without O'Reilly, that's a loss for Canada. Man, these kids almost end this. Connecting to point in front of the net. He's battling with his teammate Strollman for this loose puck. And Lundqvist is going to hang on to that post. 3 Tampa Bay Lightning within 3 feet in front of the net. Strollman, Hedman, point, and Lundqvist is able to freeze the puck.
Now point for the face-off against William Karlsson. And O'Reilly is sprinting back to the Canadian bench.
Came running back past the Skoda car in the corner.
See him running in the background there.
So that had to be some kind of equipment problem, as we saw Boyer come back just a few moments ago.
Face-off won back by Giroux. Now Hedman picks it off. And Victor Hedman looks ahead for Everberg. Pass bounced ahead for Giroux. Claude Giroux slides it down to Scheifele. Tried to feed that in front. Victor Hedman stayed with him. Now poked free by Skinner. Moved by Scheifele. He falls. And Everberg chips that pass back to Nordstrom. Joachim Nordstrom works in. Lost the puck to Morrissey. Swatted ahead by Giroux. He finds Skinner. Skinner was off balance and the puck goes to Hedman. Morrissey back for it. Point couldn't knock it down. And here's Skinner with it. The linesman fell. And now Point drops it back in front. The pass in behind Skinner. And a chance now for Sweden the other way. Everberg. His pass was batted down by Matheson. Nordstrom has it back. Nordstrom shoots and dribbles down to Pittman. That went off Matheson and almost handcuffed the Canadian goaltender. Lindholm feeds it across for Klingberg. John Klingberg goes down to Rask. His centering pass was blocked by DeHaan. Landeskog feeds it back. Fired back in by Alex Edler. That skipped over the stick of Calvin DeHaan. Landeskog winds it down to Klingberg. In, shoots, and Pickard fights that off. Edler back on it, skipping puck in the center ice area. Rask has it. Back to Edler, he shoots and it ramps off the stick over the glass and out.
Edler scored yesterday against the Finns. Gave Sweden a 1-0 lead, and Calvin Pickard continues to hang in for Canada. He's matched Henrik Lundqvist save for save. Made a nice stop on the blocker from John Klingberg, and there is Ryan O'Reilly.
Out to take the defensive zone faceoff just in time. Wins the drawback. Picked up though by Backstrom. Nick Backstrom trying to feed that back for Nylander, who's tied up by Parayko. And now Marner throws it high in the air at center ice. O'Reilly trying to knock it down. Picked off by Marner. In comes Mitch Marner. Works in and shoots, and Lundqvist knocked that away. Last year, the winning goal in the gold medal game was scored by Connor McDavid. Matt Duchene got the empty netter to seal it. And here comes Marner, just turned 20 on the opening day of the tournament. Kicks that free in the corner. At the line, Parayko has to retreat. Now moved by him and a race for it. Nylander coming in. Vlasic hustles back. He collides with Nylander in the corner. And Nylander slow to get to his feet. William Nylander's in distress as O'Reilly plays it there for Marner. Puck played high in the air. Nylander to the Swedish bench as Joel Lundqvist works in. Drops it up. Eriksson Ek with a quick shot. And Pickard got an arm on that. Joel Eriksson Ek plays it back. Hedman's shot goes off a leg, bounces to Marner. Lifts it high in the air. This line needs a change. As Strawman picks up the loose puck. Marner can't get off. In comes Rask with it. Plays it down to the corner now as Joel Lundqvist is taking it hard by Duchene. And Couturier throws that rink wide. Edler goes racing back, being shadowed there by Marner, who quickly pivots off on a change. Rask, head to Lindholm. Elias Lindholm shoots. Knocked away by the blocker of Calvin Pickard. 5 gone here in the overtime. Duchene plays it around for DeHaan. Now Duchene is down. Trying to get to it is DeHaan, who finally fights his way to the puck and pokes it ahead for Couturier. Lindholm sealed the wall. Rask comes in, taken away by Couturier. He's got Killorn with him. And Sean Couturier works in. Couturier across the line. Feeds it across. A quick shot kicked out by Lundqvist. Rebound. In comes Killorn. He missed the net.
Lundqvist was down and out, and Alex Killorn, who doesn't have a point in the championship, just fired it wide of the net.
Now Matheson settles things down for Canada. Now McKinnon A speed wobble there.
Bad place to have one of those.
Bad time, too. And now McKinnon with a head of steam. Banks that down to the Swedish zone. Klingberg bats that away. In comes McKinnon on the forecheck. Ekman Larsson pivots back, racing in his Parayko to keep it alive. Colton Parayko moves around Lindberg, but now Oscar Lindberg has it back. Feeds ahead for Nylander. The pass knocked down at center ice by Vlasic. And McKinnon fires it back down. Loose puck knocked down by Lundqvist. He couldn't squeeze it. And Lindberg has it back. And the over Scheifele. Nylander moves in on Vlasic. William Nylander. Vlasic takes him, and the puck's still loose for Nylander. William Nylander feeds it back at the point for Hedman. Hedman in, shoots. That was blocked. And a chance now for McKinnon trying to race away, and the puck wouldn't sit for him.
Hedman wasn't going to catch McKinnon going up the ice there.
Now Parayko races ahead. Gains center ice, walks in, winds and fires, and Lundqvist had to kick that away. Another chance for Skinner off the leg of Strawman. Loose puck, Scheifele bagged at it. And Lundqvist sealed the near post. Nordstrom out to center ice, swatted away by Matheson. He finds Scheifele. In comes Mark Scheifele. Scheifele works in. The puck rolled off his stick. Scheifele plays it down low now for Wayne Simmons back out there for Canada. And Strawman has it for Sweden. High off the glass. Past Matheson. Back goes Morrissey. Icing waved off. Morrissey taps it there for Matheson. Out to center ice he goes to Marner. In comes Marner across the line. Swings it in deep. Moved out there by Lindholm. He finds Carlson. Carlson moving in with Landeskog, a centering pass, and Landeskog couldn't get a shot away. And now Marner gathers it back up. Lead pass for Point at the Swedish line. He's knocked down. Picked up now by Konechny. In comes Travis Konechny. Canada changing as Konechny winds it in deep, trying to find Marner. Marner chomps at it, loose to the side of the goal. Here's Lindholm now. Demers has stepped up, and backing him up is Konechny, who swings back for the loose puck. 8 gone here in overtime. DeHaan chipped ahead by Point. And now Point picks up the loose puck. Braden Point works it down in the corner, moves away from Brodin, but lost the puck. Now DeHaan moves in for Canada. Banks back at the line and held by Demers. Jason Demers along, loose shot, knocked down in front. DeHaan trying to find it. He shot it wide, and Landeskog has it back. Edler up ahead for Rask. He was knocked down by DeHaan. Demers back for the loose puck. Braden Shen moves that by Nylander, picked up by John Klingberg. He banks around to Hedman. Rink wide pass for Nylander moving in. In comes Nylander. Drops it back in the slot. Lindbergh a backhand shot. Loose puck in front. Duchesne can't find it. And now Shen's got it back for Canada. Braden Shen along with Couturier and Duchesne. Shen works in. Shoots. And Lundqvist knocked that away. Nordstrom back on it. That bump there by Duchesne. And a penalty coming to Canada. Midway through the overtime period, a tripping call will go to Canada in overtime, and the Swedes are going back on the power play with a chance to win it.
Jean Couturier was whistled as he kicks the feed out from Oscar Lindberg. The official straight down the ice made the call. So close as Duchesne just nicks the tip. Lundqvist with the save, and Killorn rifles it over the top of the net. But Alex Killorn's going to get to this puck first, and he fires it wide over top of Henrik Lundqvist.
Now Backstrom, Nylander, Lindbergh up front, Klingberg on the back end with Ekman Larsson and Ryan O'Reilly to take the draw for Canada. This time it's won by Backstrom, but not fairly. He gets tossed out. 10:51 remaining in the overtime period. A game worthy of a gold medal.
It's been an outstanding game, and a really entertaining overtime. Up and down the ice.
Now Backstrom sets things up as Nylander's at the side of the goal. Klingberg picks it up now. John Klingberg drops it down to Backstrom. Backstrom for Nylander. Works it back the other way. Ekman Larsson in, shoots, bouncing puck loose in front. Nylander couldn't find it, and O'Reilly fires it down the ice. Nylander was inches away from a golden goal.
Pickard the save, a good stop on the Ekman Larsson chance, and you're right. Inches away for Nylander, but it's O'Reilly again with a solid defensive play.
Klingberg drops it back for Ekman Larsson, who rings it around. Lindbergh waiting for it. Duchesne moves in on him. Puck loose in the corner now. Parayko batting at it. Backstrom picks it up, feeds it back at the point. Here's Ekman Larsson. Across he goes to Klingberg. The pass bounced off his stick and up to center ice. Swedes have had their chances on the power play. Their only goal scored shorthanded. Nylander lays it down to Backstrom, tries to drop it back, picked off by Killorn, and he'll send it down. 1 minute to go in this Canadian shorthanded situation as Couturier sweats out 2 minutes in the box. Rask drops it back, takes the return pass, moves it and shoots it. Pickard makes the point-blank save. Now to Hahn, got tied up, feeds it around for Point. And Point moves it ahead, a chance for O'Reilly now, moving in one-on-one on Hedman. In comes Ryan O'Reilly. Hedman stays with him. O'Reilly got a shot away, went wide. Now O'Reilly digs him deep, and Hedman had it knocked away by Point, his Tampa teammate. Victor Hedman. Trying to move away from O'Reilly. And he drops it back for Rask. 20 seconds to go on the power play. Here they come again. Landeskog fires around for Lindholm. Elias Lindholm crunched there by DeHaan. He finds Killorn, and Killorn lays it back down the ice. 2 shots on goal for the Swedes so far in this power play. Lundqvist plays around for Hedman. Long lead pass to Nylander. Time for one more rush. In comes Nylander on Parayko. Looks to the front of it, shoots, and save made by Pickard. Back on the ice comes Couturier. Long shot tipped wide there by Vlasic. Backstrom feeds it down to Nylander. Nylander moves away from Couturier. Nylander pivots back in the corner, trying to center it. Nylander spins and shoots. That was tipped, and Pickard kicks it away. Now Brodin moves up. And loose puck picked up by Giroux. He's got Couturier with him. In comes Claude Giroux with Sean Couturier. Giroux lost the puck to the back pressure of Brodin. Simmons back on this line with Giroux. Now Simmons steps off. Brodin up ahead to Backstrom, who chips it down. Kruger taken down there by Matheson. And McKinnon has it back for Canada. Skinner way ahead of the play. Pass goes to Morrissey. Rink wide, knocked in by Scheifele, knocked down by Ekman Larsson. And Klingberg centers it. Gets by everyone, a race for it. Now Nordstrom gets there first. A sharp angle shot. Kruger was alone in front. That was blocked. And now a chance for Canada the other way. In comes Scheifele across the line. Drops it back to McKinnon. In shoots. That was blocked. Rebound loose in front for Scheifele. Scheifele plays it back to McKinnon. Drops it back for DeHaan. Calvin DeHaan for Nathan McKinnon. Goes up towards the goal. Scheifele centers it. In goes McKinnon. Shoots, and he batted the rebound wide. What a chance there for Nathan McKinnon, times 2. Now Scheifele works it out across the crease. Marner moves in. Mitch Marner with it now. Exhausted Swedes on the ice now. Marner plays it back for Demers. Across he goes for DeHaan. To Demers. Swings it back to Marner. Winds and shoots. And that puck tipped high and wide by DeHaan. Calvin DeHaan in deep for Canada. And now William Karlsson plays it back for Klingberg. He looks ahead for Nordstrom. Bouncing puck. And icing waved off. As the real Pickard came out to play it. Now Marner chips it there for Konechny. Back to Marner. In shoots. That was blocked by Hedman. Racing to the puck is Vlasic. Back in the corner for Konechny. Travis Konechny trying to work that free. Point on it now. 6:45 to go in the overtime. Stroman on it. Knocked down by Vlasic.
What an overtime period here. Canada started to push the play a little bit here. They've had really good pressure in the offensive zone the last couple of shifts.
Giroux lays it ahead for Parayko. Colton Parayko spins back. Got to feed that back for Giroux. Stroman back on it. Anton Stroman, a long way from the Swedish bench and needing a change. Out to center ice it goes. Chipped in by Nylander. Didn't get a stick on it. Icing called against the Swedes.
Nylander put his head to the ceiling as he knew that he missed this puck. There's McKinnon, stopped once and then bats the rebound away. Henrik Lundqvist with the save. Oh, and McKinnon bunts this just wide of the net.
Now the factor here, Ray, Stroman and Hedman stuck on the ice. They're exhausted.
And they play more than anybody else on this Swedish team. Each of them up close to 28 minutes now.
Couturier for the faceoff, wins it cleanly back to Matheson. Mike Matheson slaps it down for Duchesne. Back to Matheson. Cross he goes to Duchesne. Lots of traffic in front. Duchesne lofts that towards the goal. The puck was kicked away by Hedman. And moved back to center ice, but not very deep. Hedman's got to stay on, so does Stroman. Now they fall. Killorn sends it to Duchesne with a quick shot, and Lundqvist sweeps that away. Brought ahead by Lindholm. Elias Lindholm chips that down the Canadian zone. Hedman and Stroman basically walking off the ice. Now it's dropped back. In comes Brodin. In shoots, and Pickett kicks that away. Here's Rask back on it. Great pressure down by the Swedes. Ekman Larsson shoots. Tipped in front. The puck is loose. Picked up by Killorn. Calvin DeHaan didn't have a stick there. And it's knocked away from Duchesne. Canada making a late change. In comes Rask. Victor Rask drops it back. Ekman Larsson in shoots. Save made by Pickard. And the puck knocked down by Skinner. In comes Jeff Skinner. Across the line with Shan. Skinner puts it in his skates. A chance for Shan. Couldn't reach it. And quickly the Swedes counterattack. Victor Rask up the center ice. Pokes it ahead for Landeskog. Gabriel Landeskog. Poke check there by Vlasic. Scheifele has it back. Canada breaks in 3-on-2. In comes Scheifele. Back towards the front of the goal. Vlasic works it and shoots it. Lundqvist made the save. And a crease violation called against Canada. And the face-off will come outside.
There's a never-ending string of chances here. Alex Killorn to Matt Duchesne. Lundqvist with the stop. Brodin's down at the other end. DeHaan doesn't have a stick. And Pickard makes the stop with the blocker on Brodin. So the face-off, because of the crease violation, will come outside the blue line. Canada's got Marner, Point, and Konechny on the ice here.
Point wins the face-off back to DeHaan. He swings it around for Demers. In shoots, and Lundqvist gloves that down. Alex Edler, the Vancouver Canucks, in the corner with it. Lost the puck for a moment to Marner. Now the puck loose at the side of the goal for Klingberg. John Klingberg. Moves it across the line. Kruger in shoots. He fired that wide. Marner back on it. Lost the puck to Kruger. Point trying to work it free. Now move down to Kruger. He swings it rink wide for Klingberg, being watched there by Konechny. Throws it towards the goal, batted up by DeHaan. And here's Demers with it. Jason Demers, lead pass for Konechny. Travis Konechny. Throws that ahead for McKinnon. Fired down by DeHaan. McKinnon goes hunting for it. Knocked down by O'Reilly, feeds it back for DeHaan. Across he goes to Vlasic. Marc-Edouard Vlasic looking for a stick in front, but Backstrom knocks it down. And Backstrom swings it across to Nylander. William Nylander jumps in across the line. Moving it on Parayko. And Nylander crunched down there by McKinnon. Shot fired wide by Lindberg, and the puck back down to the Swedish zone as Stralman goes back.
McKinnon was on the hunt. He had a feeling that Nylander was going to pull up, and he came all the way back to lay a pretty good lick on him.
Back goes Vlasic for it. Picked up now by Scheifele. Under 3.5 to go here in overtime. Couturier trying to find Scheifele. On the lead pass goes to Lindholm. In comes Lindholm across the line. Walks in, waits, and shoots. That's blocked by Vlasic. Loose along the boards is Landeskog. Picked up by Vlasic. He finds Scheifele. In with Couturier. Mark Scheifele works it in deep. Pivots back as Canada's changing. Scheifele holds. Works it back in front. Scheifele shoots, and Lundqvist lunges to make the save. Now Couturier. Down to Killorn. 3 to go in overtime. Rask had that knocked away. Killorn goes to it. Alex Killorn works it back to the point for Morrissey. Josh Morrissey stick broke as he attempted the shot. Almost disaster there for Canada. Lead pass to Mike Matheson. He comes in and the play's offside at the Swedish line.
Josh Morrissey's heart must have gone into his throat. Marcus Kruger's got a chance here, and he sails it just wide of the post. Elias Lindholm's got another chance. Look at Marc-Edouard Vlasic. I'm sure he's been out of position sometime in the tournament. I'm not sure where, but he blocks that shot, then finds Scheifele, and then Scheifele does this incredible stick work to get himself into the middle of the ice. The shot's deflected, and Lundqvist just gets enough to poke it away.
Off the face-off win by Carlson. Across it goes to Edler. Alex Edler fires it down. Pickard leaves it there for DeHaan. Across for Demers. Around he goes to McKinnon. 2.5 to go in OT. In comes DeHaan with it. Calvin DeHaan across the line. DeHaan buys some time. Plays it around, trying to find O'Reilly. It's knocked down by Klingberg. Down he goes to Edler. Banks at the center ice, too far for Nordstrom. And back goes Demers. Icing again, waved off. Now McKinnon. Steps around Kruger. Works the center ice. In comes Nathan McKinnon. Works it right back in front. Shoots and Lundqvist makes the save. Back at the point, it skips over the stick of Parayko. What a dash there by Nathan McKinnon.
That would have been an all-timer if McKinnon was able to finish that.
Now knocked down by Killorn. Tries to feed that ahead. Knocked down by Lindberg. He finds Nylander. And there's 1:45 to go in OT. In comes Hedman, the Swedish goal scorer. Hedman plays that around. Lindberg bats at it. Still loose at the side of the goal. Picked up by Vlasic. Lindberg's down. Vlasic sends it ahead for Duchesne. Matt Duchesne tries to bat that by Hedman. He knocks it down. And Nylander lifts it back down to the Canadian zone. Glove down by Parayko. Colton Parayko pokes at it. And the puck goes into the Canadian bench. 1:19 to go in overtime.
Nate McKinnon grabs the puck at his own end. Look at him walk around Kruger. Now the Swedes are changing, so there's lots of room for him to get going. Now he's in full flight. And he dances Victor Hedman. And Henrik Lundqvist makes the stop here. He goes between Hedman and Klingberg and almost finishes this off as the Canadian contingent nervously watching McKinnon come that close to a gold medal.
Now to Hahn, in fires, that goes wide. Racing to it is Mitch Marner. Takes it away from Landeskog. Brodin tied up there by Konechny. Rask moves it ahead for Elias Lindholm. Rink wide he goes. And a long shooting kicked away by Pickard. Final minute now of overtime. Konechny looks ahead for Marner. The pass in behind him. Now poked away from Rask, but Landeskog has it back. Gabriel Landeskog threads it in for the corner now as Landeskog chips it in. Demers for Marner. Mitch Marner tied up along the boards. Backhands it in for Konechny. That's knocked down by Edler. Brought in now by Klingberg. Banks it down the Canadian zone. And here's DeHaan with it. DeHaan snaps that pass ahead for O'Reilly. Knocked away from Marner by Klingberg. He drops it back for Lindberg. 25 seconds to go in OT. Lindberg shoots. Pickard makes the save. And he'll pounce on the loose puck. The last time the gold medal game at the World Championship went to a shootout, 1994 in Milan. Luc Robitaille, the shootout winner, is Canada in this 33-year gold medal drought.
There's a timeout being called here by the Swedes.
There's assistant coach Johan Garpenlov to
Team
drop
Sweden,
the play.
Timeout.
He never find his pen.
Old teammate with the Thrashers. As Garpenlov's drawing a face-off play. And down at the other end, Dave Hackstall will be doing the talking here for Canada as they want to make sure that everybody knows if you lose the draw, who's going where do you attack the puck to keep it to the outside. Calvin Pickard has done an outstanding job in goal for Canada. Henrik Lundqvist at the other end. The shots are 43-41 for Canada. A 1-1 tie in what has been an exquisite hockey game.
So the face-off in the Canadian zone. 20.7 seconds left. It'll be Giroux on this side of the ice. O'Reilly's out there along with Scheifele, so 3 centers for Canada. You got to think that Giroux will be aggressive on the draw. If he gets tossed, O'Reilly will take it.
Giroux and Backstrom have taken a million face-offs against each other in their division. Oh, Backstrom used his feet.
So you can't do that, and Backstrom gets tossed.
Wrong league for that. So now I would suspect it's going to be William Nylander that goes in to take the draw. Now, no, it's going to be Lindberg. Now, they got to be careful. You can't have a second face-off violation,
right,
which has been called against Canada in the tournament. But Lindberg against Giroux.
Got to reset the clock to 20.7.
If Lindberg wins this draw, watch Nylander coming over top of the circle from the side he's on over towards the boards. Ekman Larsson would draw to the middle and go back to the boards for a one-timer. But all that can be negated if Claude Giroux can win the draw.
Referee Anthony Yerebek of the Czech Republic over talking to the timekeeper. It should be 20.7 seconds left.
And the Leach explained to the benches what's going on here.
.6.
Which is right because the puck hit the ice before Backstrom was kicked out.
Giroux against Oscar Lindberg. Ready to go. Face off won by Giroux.
The Swedes thought Giroux used his feet to win the draw, and now they're up at arms.
O'Reilly knocks it in for Scheifele. Mark Scheifele's loose at the goal line, trying to feed that back in front. Time winding down here in overtime. O'Reilly picks it free, throws it towards the front of the goal, knocked down by Lindberg. Backstrom goes ahead to Nylander. Time winding down, Nylander in. And Canada and Sweden are going to a shootout to decide the gold medal at the World Hockey Championship. And we'll have it for you when we come back.
The overtime. Team Canada 1, Team Sweden 1. Der Spielstand nach der Overtime Kanada, Schweden 1:1. As the score side of the overtime penalty shot shootout will follow. 5 different shooters from each team will take alternate shots until a decisive goal is scored. If the game is still tied after 5 shots, the shootout will continue with a tie-break shootout by 1 player of each team with a reserved shooting order. Auch nach der Verlängerung steht es noch unentschieden. Es folgt das Penalty-Schießen. Beide Mannschaften stellen 5 Schützen. Sollte danach keine Entscheidung gefallen sein, geht es im sogenannten Tie-Break-Modus weiter. 1 gegen 1 in umgekehrter Reihenfolge. Sweden will take the first penalty shot. Team Schweden beginnt den Penalty-Schießen.
Henrik Lundqvist and Sweden against Calvin Pickard and Canada in a shootout. Just the second time the gold medal game has ever gone to a shootout. We mentioned the last time was 1994. Canada on the shootout winner by Luc Robitaille. Canada 33-year gold medal drought.
The Swedes have elected to shoot first, so it's 5 rounds. and if tied after 5, the order will be reversed, and William Nylander will come out of the chute first.
The rule was adjusted somewhat a couple of years ago. If it's tied after 5 shooters now, you can start using players over again. So Nylander, the first shooter for Sweden. By the way, Braden Point, one of the best shootout performers in the NHL this year, was 5 for 7 for Tampa.
And of course, his coach, John Cooper, would know that. They work on this stuff a lot at practice while they've been over here for the last 3 weeks. And here we go.
William Nylander in on Pickard. Nylander, stop.
And here comes Braden Point. Nylander tries to go 5-hole. He misses it. Oh, it's Nate McKinnon.
McKinnon had a couple of great chances in OT. Now a chance to give Canada the lead in the shootout. McKinnon works in, stopped by Lundqvist.
The goalies have stopped everything else today. 2 odd goals that went in. McKinnon turned away, and here's Nick Backstrom.
Backstrom works in, Wade scores.
And don't forget, it's 5 shots.
The second penalty for Team Canada will be taken by number 21, Braden Point.
Here is Braden Point.
5 for 7 for Tampa in his rookie season with the Lightning. And now Braden Point moving in on Lundqvist. Point with a head of steam in, shoots, and Lundqvist got a piece of it to knock it away.
Critical shot here for Sweden. Up 1-0. A chance to go up by a couple as Lundqvist just gets a glove on it. Oliver Ekman-Larsson is really good at the shootout. Coyotes use him a lot.
In comes Ekman-Larsson, holds, Pickard down, scores! And the Swedes lead the shootout by 2.
Oh, Pickard is all over this. Watch him stay with Ekman-Larsson here. He's going to push and not quite get across it. It's the blocker and goes in. And Ryan O'Reilly, who loves the backhand on the breakaway, will go to the backhand and deke.
And he comes on Lundqvist.
He needs to score here.
O'Reilly works in, head fake, stopped by Lundqvist.
They haven't tried one deke on Lundqvist yet. I think the way you get Lundqvist is to get him to move and then get it up over top of him. O'Reilly hits the goal post.
Wow. So Landeskog now can win it for Sweden. In comes Landeskog on his Colorado teammate. Landeskog in, holds, he fired it wide. And Canada's still alive.
Good point, Gord. These guys must have done this a boatload of times during the regular season. Landeskog tries the same shot that Backstrom scored on. And Canada's hopes rely on Mitch Marner.
Marner in on Lundqvist. Mitch Marner swings in, waits and shoots. Lundqvist makes the save, and Sweden has won the gold medal at the World Hockey Championship. And Nylander bowls over his netminder as the ecstatic Swedes end Canada's gold medal run here in Cologne. That's a 3rd shootout loss for Canada this year in IIHF events going along with the World Junior and the Women's World Championship. Canada will settle for silver. And the Swedes have won gold for the first time since 2013 when they took it on home ice.
The 35-year-old Henrik Lundqvist stopped 42 shots and then takes a tackle from Nylander as Mitch Marner tries to get him up over the blocker. Lundqvist is the king again.
He joined Team Sweden. A chance to play for his national team, perhaps the last time. A chance to play with his brother, the captain Joel Lundqvist. The last time they played together in an IIHF event was the 2002 World Junior. Now they've won gold together, and Joel Lundqvist becomes just the second Swede to win 3 gold medals at the World Championship, joining Sven Tumba Johansson, who won 3 in the 1950s.
What an amazing hockey game. Canada and the Swedes played this dead even for 4 periods. A power play goal by Canada, a shorthanded goal by the Swedes, both of them kind of odd goals.
The top players in the tournament have been selected by the directorate. Andrei Vasilevsky is the top goalie. Dennis Seidenberg, the top defenseman. Artemi Panarin named the top forward.
Goalie, Team Russia, number 88, Andrei Vasilevsky.
And here are the media all-stars. Andrei Vasilevsky
Team Canada
was selected as the goaltender. The defensemen are Colton Parayko and Dennis Seidenberg. Seidenberg from Germany. And that gets a good hand here. And the forwards are William Nylander, Artemi Panarin, and Nate McKinnon.
Henrik Lundqvist took the call from Team Sweden after the Rangers were knocked out in the second round. And his team wins gold.
John Cooper and Gerard Gallant and Dave Hackstall are standing on the bench. The Canadian players are at the other end of the ice just staring at the Swedes as they get all the platforms ready for the ceremony, and the Swedes are world champions of 2017.
William Nylander. So many chances. He goes head-to-head with his Toronto teammate Mitch Marner. Toronto fans would point out that shootouts are not a Maple Leaf specialty this season.
What a performance Lundqvist put in today. There were times where Canada was so dangerous, where they were on top of him. Lundqvist made a couple of terrific saves, including that blocker stop on Mark Scheifele in overtime.
Time now for the Player of the Game presentations.
The Best Player Award, as selected by each team, will be presented by François Thibault, President of Tissot. Best Player of Team Canada, number 31.
First off, congratulations, Coach. What was your message to the team heading into overtime in the shootout?
Oh, the biggest thing is just we needed someone to be the winner. Someone needed to be the champ. No regrets. We got to leave everything on the ice, and then I think the guys actually did that. I think it was a great matchup. I thought it was an excellent hockey both ways, and you know, there's some kind of fairness. I think we're a really good team. Even though winning in the shootout is winning in the shootout, we don't care.
Team Canada being the defending champions, did you feel like they had a little bit of extra pressure on their side?
No, you guys are talking about favorites and stuff. We just talk about this is a very important game for us, and obviously not just this team, but the Swedish hockey period. So I'm just super thrilled right now. I lost all words, I guess.
A month with this team, what has your experience been like?
Unbelievable. Right from the day one, it's been unbelievable. Everyone wants to chip in. Everyone is really determined to make something happen. Obviously, we got tremendous hockey players out there, but just tremendous people as well.
Congratulations, Coach. Go celebrate.
For the honors officials of the gold medal game will now be presented by...
So the 2 goaltenders are named the players of the game, and not surprisingly, Henrik Lundqvist, a gold medalist at the Olympics in 2006, and now the World Championship. And now we'll get the officials' presentation from the president of the IIHF, Rennie Frizzell.
Canada escaped the 2-0 hole in the semi-final game to get to the gold medal game, knocking the Russians out, who eventually won the bronze medal today. And just a fantastic hockey game here tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, the most valuable player as selected
And now time for the MVP award of the World Championship.
Chief Executive Officer of Skoda Auto AS. The most valuable player is playing for Team Sweden, number 29, William Nylander.
So Nylander is voted the MVP of the tournament. There's Michael, his dad, who's a two-time world champion. His brother Alex there as well.
What a year this has turned out to be for William Nylander.
What a future ahead of him.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the silver medals will be presented by...
And time now for the silver medals for Canada.
Vice President Bob Nicholson and IIHF President René Fazet.
René Fazet and Bob Nicholson will hand out the silvers. So medals in 3 consecutive years for Canada. And for the second straight time when Canada has gone for a 3rd consecutive gold, they wound up a silver on the 3rd try.
The 2017 IIHF Ice Hockey World Championship silver medal goes to Team Canada.
Jean Couturier leads the Canadian players in. Calvin Pickard, Jeff Skinner, Chad Johnson, Mark Scheifele, Alba DeHaan. Chris Lee added late for Canada, gets a chance to play for his country for the first time. Travis Konechny, Alice Killorn, Matt Duchesne, there's Braden Point, 21-year-old.
Center of that young line that was so good in the tournament.
Jason Demers, Marc-Edouard Vlasic, who was terrific throughout the event for Canada. Nathan McKinnon. And Captain Claude Giroux. With another flyer, Brayden Schenn. Colton Parayko, who announced his shot as soon as he got here. 3 power play goals. Marner gets his silver. Ryan O'Reilly. Silver going with a couple of gold medals. Tyson Berry as well. Now the Canadian players shake hands with the Swedes. Lots of old friends in there. Dave Maxtall, Gerard Gallant, the coaching staff. Dave King from Saskatoon, mentor to this group. John Cooper, the head coach. GM Ron Hextall in behind him. Sean Birkin behind me, very well be Canada's Olympic GM for Pyeongchang. You go nose to nose for 3 hours, then you shake hands, congratulate the other guy, and say, see you next time.
It stinks sitting on that left blue line, I'll tell you. Had it happen a couple of times, you get that close, you're one shot. And all this work is
look at Victor
for a
Hedman and
silver
John
medal.
Cooper, big embrace there between the two. Tampa Bay Lightning.
It's just hard to imagine the game being played much better than this one was tonight.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the captain of Team Canada.
And now Claude Giroux will accept the second place award.
Number 28, Claude Giroux.
Next year's tournament will be played in Copenhagen and Herning, Denmark. Copenhagen is right across a small ocean strait from Malmo, Sweden. It's a 15-minute trade ride, so basically Sweden will be the defending champions as they play in Copenhagen on home ice.
The gold medals will be presented by the president of the International Olympic Committee and Olympic champion Thomas Bach.
And now Thomas Bach, the chairman of the IOC, along with René Fazet, will present the gold medals to Sweden.
President René Fazet.
Henrik Lundqvist, the 35-year-old, to win with his brother.
And the winner of the gold medal of the 2017 IIHF Ice Hockey World Championship is Team Sweden.
Bach in the middle, the head of the IOC, the head of the Swedish Ice Hockey Federation there as well, along with René Fizel. Nick Backstrom, Victor Faust, who gave way to Lundqvist in the Swedish goal. Victor Hedman.
The strength of this team was their defense and their goaltender and Henrik Lundqvist, and we saw they were pushed hard by Canada, gave up 43 shots today, but give up just the 1 goal. They gave up 8 goals in the last 6 games of this tournament.
Chicago gold medalist Marcus Kruger has won a Stanley Cup, or actually a couple Stanley Cups in Chicago. Linus Omark. Over Edmonton Oilers was a healthy scratch today.
Joakim Nordstrom was terrific for the Swedes, one of their most effective forwards. There is Joel Lundqvist.
Captain Joel Lundqvist. Carl Soderberg, dressed for this game, didn't play. Sean Klingberg in the background. The Dallas Stars, his brother Carl there. They celebrate a gold medal together. Oscar Lindberg. Jonas Brodin of the Minnesota Wild. Joel Eriksson Ek. There's Anton Strawman. How good was he in this tournament as well?
Coach Ricard Gronberg.
Fiery competitors, Gronberg.
Is he ever?
Now the staff. The Swedes, like everyone else, awaiting word on who will be available to play for them in the upcoming Olympic Games in Pyeongchang. Henrik Lundqvist would dearly love another chance. Nick Backstrom, who was denied a chance to play in the gold medal game in Sochi.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of the world champion, Team Sweden.
And Joel Lundqvist. And now time for the presentation of the trophy, and Joel Lundqvist, the captain, will be the one to accept it.
Please welcome the captain of Team Sweden to receive the IIHF.
He has been such a proud competitor for Frölunda, the Swedish Hockey League, and for his country over the years.
An outstanding tournament punctuated with a fabulous final game. Canada gave the Swedes everything that they could handle. The Swedes punched back. And while some may not like the shootout, this is in place and the teams know that this is what it'll come down to. There's nothing to choose between these two teams, but they have the gold medal. And congratulations to Sweden and to Team Canada on an outstanding gold medal game.
So now it's on to Copenhagen for 2018, where the Swedes will be the defending champions right next door to their home country. Picture time for the Swedes as they take gold here in Copenhagen 2017. René Fizell wraps things up. We send you back to the studio.
2017 and Cologne closed. Thank you very much. See you in Denmark. Thank you.
Okay. Let's start with the fact that this was a fantastic hockey game.
I mean, we played 80 minutes of hockey and nothing was settled. Sometimes you go to overtime and one team has the upper hand. There was nothing that separated these two teams. A shorthanded goal for the Swedes, a power play goal for Canada. The chances were about even. Each team had a late power play where they could have ended it. None of it mattered, and we get to a shootout.
Canada had its chances, though, late in regulation and in overtime on the power play.
They really did. I thought there were portions of the game where Canada really took it to the Swedes, and with that vaunted Swedish defense, they still backed them down. They had the Swedes back in their zone, and they really couldn't get control of the puck. And Canada had several really good chances. Mark Scheifele had one. Nate McKinnon with a gorgeous rush through the defense. They just couldn't find the chance to beat Henrik Lundqvist, and the 35-year-old Lundqvist was brilliant tonight, as was Calvin Pickard in the Canadian goal. The shots were 43-41, and Pickard stood toe for toe with Henrik Lundqvist. I can't find anything to fault with either team. I didn't like the Konechny embellishment that led to the power play goal, but that is what it is. It was a fantastic hockey game.
Some people won't like the shootout. Canada's been on the wrong end of 3 of them now this year, the World Junior, the World Women's Championship, and now this. What do you think?
It's the rules. We come over here and we know there's going to be a shootout if you get through overtime. There's no surprises. There's no way that you play the game any differently because the shootout is there. You have your chances. You look to capitalize on them. You don't. And now you get to the shootout. It's maybe not ideal in a perfect world, but just because we do it one way in North America doesn't mean it's the only way it can be done. This is the World Championship. It's in Europe. It's with these rules of the IIHF, and everybody plays by them. I don't have a problem with it.
By the way, those rules will change next year. They'll go back to 4-on-4 in overtime for the full 20 minutes in a gold medal game, but the Swedes will be the defending champions next year in Copenhagen. Canada's gold medal run ends at 2, but the Canadians do take silver here in Cologne.
Hi. William, so at the start of the year, did you ever expect a season like this, going deep into the playoffs with the Maple Leafs there in your rookie season, now coming here and capping it off with a gold medal?
Yeah, no, I mean, coming from the start of the season, you didn't really think you were going to come here and win a gold medal. That's where it's so you're so happy. It's amazing.
You're happy? I can't tell. When did things really start to click for this team here?
I think we started getting better and better as the tournament got on, and then we got some great players joining the team, so that helped a lot, and I think we just grew.
Outside of obviously winning the gold medal, what's the best part of this experience? What will you take out of this?
I mean, just being here with the guys and winning together, and the journey that we had, it was a blast, something you'll always remember.
Well, the big thing is you almost knocked him over. I'm talking about Henrik Lundqvist during the celebration. Saw you talking there moments ago. Did you offer up a big apology?
Oh yeah, I did. He said it was okay though, so he's got a summer to rest up.
He's got a big smile on his face and he's holding the trophy. I think he's okay.
Yeah, I think he's doing good.
Thanks for doing this. Go celebrate with your teammates. Is it heavier than you thought?
Yes.
The medal?
The
medal is
not the medal, but the trophy is pretty heavy. But
So obviously outside of all this hardware, what's the biggest part of this experience that you'll take with you now?
everything. There was I think 5-6 reasons why I came here, and it turned out an amazing time for me. Come and play with my brother, to win this. It's just a great group to be part of. You know, I knew that coming here, and to play for a country, to see the flag go up. I mean, it's just an amazing feeling. It's very disappointing for me to end it in New York the way we did, but I recharged. I wanted to play with my brother one more time, and to come here and experience this was awesome.
Very, very quick. Nylander didn't hurt you on that celebration, right? You're doing okay?
Well, I have a few months to recover here, so it's fine. It wasn't the best landing, but it's been a rough week for me. Shoulders and knees and hips, but you looked at it, okay, 2 more games of the season, 1 more game, and now I'm going to take some time to rest and go back to New York for a little bit.
No offense, I don't think you're going to be resting tonight, though. Hopefully you're healthy enough to celebrate with your teammates.
It might be a little celebration before I go back to New York.
Great. Thanks, Cornelius. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You know, to represent your country and represent Sweden, and you know, to bring the trophy back is just going to be an unbelievable experience. But you know, you want to go far with your team, and hopefully we can do that next year. But you know, this year is, you know, Team Sweden, and to win the gold is just unbelievable.
With a couple losses in the preliminary round, was there ever any doubt in this locker room that you wouldn't be able to be here right now?
No, never. We believed in ourselves, and you know, to get Hanky in and Becky and Will to turn it on. So. You know, we just had a phenomenal team, and you know, great group of guys who wanted to sacrifice everything to win. So, yes, an unbelievable experience.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
He just left. Brothers. So Henrik's not here yet. He's gone. Landeskog. Where's Landeskog? He went in the back. I don't want to walk through a shot, but we got to get over there. Congratulations, first off.
Thank you.
I'm Tessa, by the way. Nice to meet you. Gabriel, were you giving your teammates any tips going into the shootout on Calvin Pickard?
Not really. I mean, some guys ask, but I'm not really an expert on the guy. I mean, as you could tell in my shot, I mean, it wasn't even close. So guys just went out there and did what they wanted, and turned out great. Hank had what an unbelievable performance by him.
What were some words shared between yourself and some teammates on Team Canada?
Oh, they congratulated me, and I told them great job, and I think all of them already won before, whether it was last year or 2 years ago, and I told them before they could let us have this one, and obviously they didn't want to let it go easy, and just so proud of this group, and what an amazing feeling.
What has the journey been like with this group of guys? For a month you've been together.
It's been a lot of ups and downs, and you know, a lot of criticism at times, and sometimes praise, but as a group we've come together and really found ways to keep the noise out and just kind of do our thing, and obviously with Hank coming in and Nicholas coming in at the end, and I mean, they're just such pros. And
congratulations. Go have fun.
Thank you.
Har du med en flaska? Fick två stycken. Han åker va? Sen åker vi. Det är klart. Vi har festa. Ska till Norrland. Det där känner vi just nu. Fan vad bra sprut. Det lät lite dåligt. Det är svårt då. Kilar vi? Ja, vi kilar. Here we go. Kan man ta tejp på den när man inte har någon till sommar? Ska jag ta något? Vill du ta B7? Grow up. Tell us how to get close.